to Sleepy Facts with Justin. Tonight, we are going to spend the night together in the quietest place you can imagine. We are going to wander very gently into the world of plants, not the loud, dramatic world you might picture, not tangled jungles or sharp thorns or anything that might startle you. We are going to find our way to the soft parts, the slow parts, the parts of the plant world that most people never stop long enough to notice. And tonight, you have all the time in the world. There is nowhere you need to be. Nothing you need to remember. The only thing that matters right now is the sound of this voice and the slow, steady breath moving in and out of your body. Let yourself get comfortable. Let your shoulders soften. Let your hands rest wherever they feel most at ease. We are going to begin. Plants have been on this earth for an extraordinarily long time. Long before any creature walked or crawled or swam through these ancient waters. Plants were already here. They were already doing what they do, quietly, patiently, without hurry or alarm. The very first plants appeared on land approximately 470 million years ago. They were small and low to the ground. They had no flowers, no fruit, no towering canopy. They were simple things, barely distinguishable from the mosses and algae clinging to the edges of shallow pools. But they were alive, and in their own unhurried way, they were changing the world. Those early plants began to breathe out oxygen, slowly filling an atmosphere that had, until then, been a very different place. They softened rock into soil. They sent thin threads into the earth beneath them, and the earth became richer for it. Everything that would come after, every creature that would ever breathe clean air, every animal that would ever eat a leaf or a seed or a piece of fruit owed something to those small, quiet pioneers. And here tonight, in the darkness and the stillness, we owe them something too. There is a particular kind of peace that comes from thinking about plants. Perhaps it is because they are so unhurried. A tree does not rush. A fern does not panic. A sleeping seed buried deep in cold soil simply waits, without impatience, without anxiety, for the right conditions to arrive. We could learn something from that. You do not need to do anything right now. You do not need to solve anything, or plan anything, or hold anything together. Like a seed in the dark earth, you can simply rest. You can simply be still. Throughout this long, soft night, we are going to explore the secret world of plants together. We will travel underground, where roots move through darkness like slow rivers, sensing pressure and moisture and gravity with a kind of intelligence that science is only beginning to understand. We will visit the forests, where the trees above us are connected by a vast underground network of fungi, threads finer than a human hair, stretching for miles in every direction, carrying sugars and signals, and what some researchers have dared to call communication between the roots of trees that have known each other for hundreds of years. We will sit with the flowers that only open at night. We will drift through underwater gardens of kelp and seagrass, swaying in currents so gentle they feel like breathing. We will think about seeds, the incredible patience of them, seeds that have waited in frozen soil for thousands of years. And then, one gentle spring morning, simply decided it was time. We will visit the oldest living things on earth. We will wonder at the plants that heal, the plants that protect themselves, the plants that seem, in their quiet way, to be paying attention to the world around them. But we will do all of this slowly. There is no hurry here. If your eyes are still open, you might let them close now. You do not need to follow every word. You do not need to remember any of this. The facts we share tonight are not for studying or storing away. They are simply here, like music in another room, soft enough to let you drift, interesting enough to keep some gentle part of your mind engaged, while the rest of you slowly, peacefully lets go. Think of a single leaf, perhaps a wide, flat leaf, the kind you might find on a forest floor after the first cool rains of autumn. It is lying still. The light around it is soft and low. Nothing is moving. Everything is calm. That leaf, even now lying still, is full of a history you could barely imagine. It carried sunlight into sugar, It breathed. It spoke in chemical whispers to the leaves around it, and now it rests, returning slowly to the soil that made it, becoming, in time, the very ground from which the next generation of leaves will grow. Everything in the plant world is patient. Everything finds its time, and tonight, so will you. We are going to begin our journey now, moving slowly through 23 quiet chapters, each one a gentle window into a part of the plant world you may never have thought about before. Let the words wash over you. Let them carry you somewhere soft and green and still. There is a whole secret world out there, growing in the dark, reaching for the light, breathing quietly alongside you. And tonight, we are going to rest inside it. Close your eyes if they are not already closed. Imagine the ground beneath you, not the surface, the carpet, or the mattress, or the cool floor, but the ground far below that. The real ground, the dark, rich, ancient earth that has been there long before any house or road or city was ever laid upon it. Now imagine going down into it, down past the dry, pale surface layer where the air still reaches, down past the crumbling fragments of old leaves and bark, slowly dissolving back into the soil that made them, down past the first thin roots, trailing like threads through the dark, down into the deep, cool, quiet earth, where it is always the same temperature, no matter what season moves above the surface. It is very still down here. It is very dark, and it is absolutely full of life. This is where we begin tonight, not in the sunlit world of leaves and flowers and bees drifting lazily between blossoms. We begin in the dark world beneath. We begin with roots. Roots are, perhaps, the most overlooked part of any plant. We spend our time admiring what grows above the surface, the bloom, the leaf, the elegant arch of a branch against a pale sky. But underneath, quietly and without any audience at all, the root is doing the most extraordinary work right now, beneath every forest, beneath every garden, beneath every patch of wild grass growing along the edge of a country road. Roots are moving, not quickly. Nothing in the plant world happens they are moving nonetheless, pressing forward through the dark, branching and searching, finding their way through a world of absolute blackness with a kind of precision that, when you think about it carefully, is genuinely remarkable. How does a root know where to go? This is a question that scientists have been asking for a very long time, and the answers they have found are more wonderful than you might expect. The first thing a root understands is gravity. From the very moment a seed begins to sprout, from the first quiet moment when the outer shell of the seed softens and a pale, tender shoot begins to push outward, the root already knows which way is down. It does not need to see. It does not need to feel the warmth of the sun above it. It simply knows, with a kind of deep, unthinking certainty, that it must grow downward. This is called gravitropism. It is one of the oldest abilities in the plant kingdom, and it works through a process that is, in its own way, quite beautiful. Deep inside the tip of every growing root, there are tiny cells filled with small, dense granules called amyloblasts. These granules are packed with starch, heavy, compact, settled by gravity like stones at the bottom of a jar of water. When a root is growing straight and true, these granules rest at the bottom of their cells, but when the root tilts, when it is pushed sideways by a pebble, or when a seed happens to land at an angle, those granules slowly shift, rolling to the new lowest point of the cell. And the root feels this, not in the way you feel a touch on your skin, but in its own way. The movement of those granules triggers a cascade of chemical signals that travel through the root, adjusting the levels of a hormone called auxin, and auxin, in its turn, tells the cells on one side of the root to grow longer, and the cells on the other side to stay short, which bends the root gently and inevitably back toward the downward direction. This process was perfected over hundreds of millions of years. The earliest land plants had a version of it, but it was slow and imprecise. It was only around 350 million years ago when the first seed plants appeared that this mechanism became the fast, efficient, graceful system it is today. 350 150 million years of refinement, and still the same quiet principle at work. Starch granules settling in the dark, chemical messages moving through living tissue, a root bending toward the earth. It is a kind of patience that we can barely imagine. But gravity is only the beginning of what a root can sense. Roots are also extraordinary detectives of moisture in the dark soil, where water is not evenly distributed, where a pocket of dampness might be hiding just a few centimeters from an area of dry, crumbling earth. A root has the ability to feel the difference and to steer itself toward the wet. This is called hydropatterning. Researchers at Stanford and Carnegie Science discovered that the way a root senses water is deeply connected to the act of growing itself. A root that is actively growing, whose cells are expanding at the tip, is far better at detecting the direction of moisture than a root that has slowed down or stopped. It is as though the act of reaching forward is itself what allows the root to feel where it is going. When it stops reaching, it stops seeing. There is something quietly moving about that idea, that you can only sense where you are going by continuing to move toward it. As the root grows, it branches. A single main root pushes downward, and from its sides, lateral roots begin to emerge. First, as tiny bumps in the root wall, then as delicate white threads, pressing outward into the soil in every direction. Each of those lateral roots can branch again and again, until the root system of a single plant fills an astonishing volume of soil. Consider a ryegrass plant, a seemingly simple, unremarkable thing, the kind of grass you might walk past without a second thought. A single ryegrass plant, grown in a container of soil the size of a shoebox, will produce a root system with a combined length of over 600 kilometers. 600 kilometers of roots, growing in complete darkness, branching and probing and exploring, in a space you could carry under one arm. 600 kilometers. If you were to lay every root of that single grass plant end to end, they would stretch from the middle of one country to the next, and then some. And that is just the roots. That does not include the root hairs, the microscopic filaments that cover the surface of every root, vastly multiplying the area of contact between the plant and the soil. A single teaspoon of healthy soil holds billions of root hairs, all of them quietly absorbing water and dissolved minerals, all of them working without rest, without light, without any awareness of the world above them. What do roots feel as they move through the soil? This is a question at the edge of science, and we should hold it gently, with curiosity rather than certainty. We know that roots respond to pressure. When they encounter a stone or a patch of compacted earth, they find their way around it, guided by the same auxin signals that keep them growing downward. They probe and retreat, like slow, patient fingers searching in the dark for an opening. Some researchers have suggested that the root tip, the very growing point of the root, functions something like a simple brain. It integrates information from many sources at once. Gravity, moisture, light, even roots can detect faint traces of light filtering through the soil and grow away from it. Touch, temperature, and the chemical signals of nutrients dissolved in the water around them. The root does not think as we think, but it processes. It responds. It navigates a complex, ever-changing environment with a flexibility and sensitivity that is, when you truly consider it, nothing short of extraordinary. And it does all of this in silence and in the dark, and without a single moment of rest. Right now, as you lie still and quiet, roots are moving beneath you, beneath the walls of the room, beneath the street outside, beneath the parks and gardens and wild places that surround wherever you are. They are pressing forward, one slow cell at a time, feeling their way through the earth with a patience so deep it makes our entire human lives seem like a brief flicker of light. There is something deeply calming about this thought. The world beneath the surface is always working, always reaching, always finding its way. It does not need your attention. It does not need anything from you. It simply continues as it has continued for hundreds of millions of years, quietly, steadily, with an unhurried certainty that everything will eventually be found. Let yourself feel that steadiness now. Your body is resting. Your breath is slow. And somewhere beneath you, far below the floor, far below the foundations, far below everything human-made and temporary, the roots are still moving. They will be moving long after tonight is over. Long after this voice fades and the room grows quiet. Long after you have drifted fully into sleep and your dreams have carried you somewhere far from here. The roots do not stop, and because they do not stop, the forest above them can breathe. Rest now. You have all night ahead of you. There are 22 more quiet chapters to carry you gently through the hours of darkness, and just like those roots, moving slowly through the dark earth toward the water and the light, you are exactly where you need to be. Let yourself settle a little deeper now. Whatever position you are in, let your body grow heavier. Let the bed or the pillow or whatever is holding you up do all of the work. You do not need to hold yourself together tonight. You can let everything soften. We are going back underground. But this time, we are not following a single route, pressing alone through the dark. This time, we are going to pull back very slowly, the way you might lift a camera to show a wider view and see the larger picture, the vast, hidden world that exists beneath every forest on earth. Because the roots, as extraordinary as they are, do not travel alone. They never have. For as long as there have been plants on land, for nearly as long as life itself has existed on solid ground, the roots of those plants have been entwined with something else, something finer, something older, something so small it is almost impossible to see, and yet so vast that it stretches, in total, for distances that would take your breath away. We are talking about fungi, not the mushrooms you might find in a field on a cool autumn morning, though those are the visible part. The fruiting bodies that push up through the soil for just a few days before retreating again. We are talking about the hidden part, the part that lives always beneath the surface. The long, pale, branching threads called hyphae, finer than a human hair, that weave themselves through the soil in every direction, connecting root to root, tree to tree, plant to so intricate and so far-reaching that scientists have given it a name you might recognize. They call it the Wood Wide Web. The relationship between fungi and plant roots is one of the oldest partnerships on Earth. Scientists believe it began somewhere around 450 million years ago, roughly the same time that plants were first making their way onto land. It is possible, some researchers suggest, that plants were only able to colonize the barren rock of the early continents because they did not do it alone. They did it with fungi. The fungi helped them dissolve minerals from bare rock, helped them absorb water from an unforgiving landscape, and in return, the plants fed the fungi with sugars made from sunlight, a deal struck before there were any creatures on land to witness it. 450 million years later, that deal is still in place. Today, around 80 to 90% of all land plants on Earth maintain this relationship. The technical name for it is mycorrhiza, from the Greek words for fungus and root. Mycorrhizal fungi colonize the tips of plant roots, weaving their hyphae either between the cells of the root or directly inside them, depending on the species, and from those root tips they extend outward, far, far outward, into areas of soil that the root itself could never reach. Think of it this way. A plant root is like a highway. It is wide and efficient, but it can only go so far. The fungal hyphae attached to it are like the thousands of small roads and footpaths branching off that highway, reaching into every corner, every crevice, every hidden pocket of soil where a fragment of phosphorus or a molecule of nitrogen might be waiting. The fungi find these nutrients. They dissolve them, absorb them, and carry them back along their networks to the roots of the plant. The plant, in turn, produces sugars through photosynthesis, rich, carbon-filled energy, and passes a portion of that energy, sometimes as much as 20% of everything it produces, back to the fungi. 20%, given freely in exchange for access to the web. But the Wood Wide Web is not merely a system for feeding. It is also, remarkably, a system for communication. When a tree is attacked by an insect, a fungal pathogen, a grazing animal, it releases chemical signals of distress. Some of these travel through the air, and we will visit those in a later chapter, but some travel underground through the mycorrhizal network, reaching the roots of neighboring trees within hours. And those neighboring trees, receiving the signal, begin to produce their own defensive compounds before the threat has even reached them. They are preparing. They are warned. Consider what this means. A tree at one end of a forest floor, under attack from an insect it cannot see or hear or move away from, sends a message through the soil. Now, it is worth holding this idea with a certain gentleness. Science is careful. Researchers remind us that the wood wide web is real and documented, but that words like communication and cooperation carry human meanings that we should not impose too firmly on the behavior of fungi and trees. They are not choosing to cooperate the way you or I might choose something. They are responding to signals, following gradients, acting according to millions of years of evolved chemistry. And yet, the results look, from the outside, very much like caring. Older trees, large, well-established trees with enormous root systems connected to many fungi, have been observed transferring carbon and nutrients to the seedlings growing near them. These seedlings, growing in the shade of the canopy above, cannot yet make enough energy from the limited light that reaches them. They are, in a sense, dependent. And the older trees, connected to them through the fungal network, supply what they cannot produce for themselves. This is most pronounced between trees of the same species. A mother Douglas fir, for example, has been shown to send larger quantities of carbon to seedlings that are genetically her own kin, as though the network can distinguish between a stranger and a relative, and allocates resources accordingly. Whether this is truly recognition in any meaningful sense, or simply chemistry following the path of least resistance, scientists continue to debate. But the outcome for the seedling is the same. It receives what it needs to survive. And there is one more thing. perhaps the most quietly moving thing of all. When a tree is dying, it gives more. Studies of dying trees in the final stages of their lives have recorded surges of carbon transfer outward through their root networks. A last, generous release of everything they have stored, flowing out into the connected web, feeding the trees and seedlings that will remain after they are gone. Whether this is intentional in any sense we would recognize is a question without a clean answer. But the effect is undeniable. A dying tree becomes, in its final days, one of the most generous sources in the forest. It gives everything it has to the web that sustained it. The length of the fungal hyphae in the wood wide web is, frankly, beyond imagination. Scientists estimate that in just the top 10 centimeters of forest soil, the total length of all fungal hyphae is roughly half the width of our galaxy, half the width of the Milky Way, in the top layer of soil beneath a forest. More connections than you could trace in 1,000 lifetimes, all of them working quietly, all of them dark, all of them steady. A global map of mycorrhizal networks was created by researchers from the Crowther Lab at ETH Zurich and Stanford University, using data from 1.2 million forest plots across more than 70 countries. What they found confirmed what forest ecologists had long suspected, that these networks are not local or isolated phenomena. They are a planetary system, a living infrastructure as fundamental to the health of the earth as any ocean or atmosphere, and it is fragile. When forests are cleared, the networks that have taken decades or centuries to build are severed in days. They can regrow, but slowly. A young forest planted on cleared land is a pale shadow, ecologically, of the old growth forest that preceded it, not only because the trees are young, but because the web beneath them has not yet had time to form. The connections are missing. The conversations are silenced. This is one of the reasons old growth forests are so precious and so difficult to replace. They are not just trees. They are libraries. They are communication systems. They are communities of unimaginable complexity, built over centuries, layer upon layer, root upon root, thread upon thread. But tonight, we are not thinking about loss. Tonight, we are resting inside the wonder of what exists. Imagine yourself lying very still as you are now, and beneath you, in the dark earth, those threads are present. Even here, even in the most unlikely places, fungi and roots are in contact, passing signals along their quiet networks. The web is not only in the forests. It is wherever plants grow and fungi find their way into the soil, which is almost everywhere on Earth. You are resting above it right now. All around you, the invisible web continues its work, carbon moving from one root to another, water being carried through pale threads to a plant that needs it. A signal, slow as a heartbeat, moving through the dark toward a tree that has not yet been told what is coming, but will be ready when it arrives. The world beneath the surface is always awake. Let it hold you now. Let that invisible, ancient network carry on its work while you rest above it, breathing slowly, drifting gently toward sleep. You are part of this world too. You breathe the oxygen that the trees above those networks exhale. You eat the food that grows from soil that the fungi helped to build. You are connected to that web in ways that go far deeper than you might ever trace. And tonight, that is enough to know. The web is there. The forest is talking. And you quietly are resting in the middle of it all. You are still here. And that is a wonderful thing. If you have drifted a little during the last chapter, that is perfectly fine. That is exactly what this is for. The facts will find you gently, like light finding its way through leaves, not demanding your attention, but simply present, soft and unhurried. Whenever you are ready to receive them, let your breath slow down a little more now. In and out, in and out. We are going to rise very slowly from the underground world we have been resting in. We are going to leave the roots and the fungal threads behind us, though they continue their work as they always do. And we are going to rise up through the soil, up past the surface, up into the open air above the forest floor, up into the leaves. A leaf, at first glance, seems like a simple thing. A thin, flat sheet of green, soft to the touch, trembling in the faintest breath of wind. Children press them between the pages of books. Poets have compared them to hands, to hearts, to everything delicate and fleeting. In autumn, we watch them fall and feel something we cannot quite name. But a leaf is not a simple thing. A leaf is a factory, a censor, a defender, and a broadcaster, all at once. And tonight, we are going to spend our time with one of its most extraordinary abilities, the ability to whisper, to send messages through the air that other plants can hear and respond to and act upon. Not in words, of course, not in any language we could directly translate, but in chemistry, in the precise, delicate language of molecules drifting on the air. Here is how it begins. Somewhere in a meadow, or at the edge of a wood, or in the green chaos of a tropical forest, a plant is being eaten. A caterpillar has found a leaf it likes, or a beetle has landed on a stem, or a deer has lowered its head and taken a slow, heavy mouthful of something it did not ask permission to take. The moment the plant is damaged, the moment those cells are broken, something remarkable happens. The plant begins to produce chemicals. These chemicals travel through the plant's own tissue, triggering defensive responses in other parts of the plant, making leaves tougher, more bitter, less appetizing, harder to digest. This internal signaling has been known to scientists for some time. But what is stranger and more wonderful is what happens next. Some of those chemicals escape into the air. They drift upward from the damaged leaves in a fragrant, invisible cloud molecules called volatile organic compounds, or VOCs. The smell of freshly cut grass that you might know from a summer afternoon is one of the most familiar of these. A mixture of molecules released by grass cells that have been suddenly broken, sending a signal out into the world. That particular smell, so often associated with warmth and ease and childhood, is actually, in the language of the plant, something closer to a cry. It is the grass telling the world that something has happened, and the world, it turns out, is listening. Neighboring plants of the same species, and sometimes of entirely different species, can detect these airborne molecules. They take them in through tiny pores in their leaves, called stomata, and when they do, something shifts inside them. Their own defense genes begin to activate. Their chemistry begins to change. They start producing their own protective compounds, tannins, toxins, resins, before anything has even touched them. They have been warned, and they are preparing. Researchers at Tokyo University of Science explored this process in detail using a small plant called Arabidopsis thaliana, a member of the mustard family, unremarkable to look at, but extraordinarily useful to scientists because it is well understood and fast growing. They exposed these plants to a VOC called beta-ocimene, a compound commonly released by plants being attacked by certain caterpillars, and watched what happened inside the receiving plants. What they found was extraordinary. The volatile compound did not merely sit on the surface of the receiving plant. It reached inside the cells and triggered something called epigenetic change, a modification not to the DNA itself, but to the way the DNA is read. Specific genes were activated. Specific enzymes began their work. The entire defense system of the plant shifted into readiness, driven by nothing more than a molecule drifting on the air. The plant had smelled danger, and it had responded at the level of its own genetics. This is the talking plants phenomenon, as scientists have begun to call it. And it is no longer a fringe idea or a romantic metaphor. It is documented, reproducible, observed in laboratory conditions and in the field. Plants communicate through the air. The messages are chemical. The responses are real. But the story does not end with the neighboring plants. Some of the volatile compounds released by a plant under attack do not travel to other plants at all. Instead, they travel to insects, specifically to the insects that eat the insects that are doing the eating. When a caterpillar begins to feed on a plant, the damage it causes triggers the release of a very particular blend of VOCs, a chemical signature as specific as a fingerprint, attuned to the exact type of damage being done, and this blend, floating up into the air above the plant, acts as a signal for predators. Parasitic wasps, for example, can detect these compounds from a distance and follow them to the plant like a trail of breadcrumbs. When they arrive, they find the caterpillars and they lay their eggs inside them, ending the attack. The plant, unable to move, unable to swat or flee or call for help in any way we would recognize, has nevertheless called for help, and help in the form of a tiny wasp following a thread of invisible chemistry through the summer air has come. This kind of defense is called indirect defense. The plant does not fight the attacker itself. It summons something that will fight the attacker on its behalf. And it does this through the precise, deliberate release of exactly the right blend of molecules for the situation. Different attackers produce different damage. Different damage produces different VOC blends. And those different blends attract different predators, each one matched with remarkable specificity to the particular pest that is causing the problem. It is not random. It is targeted. It is, in its own quiet way, ingenious. Research from Cornell University, studying goldenrod plants and the beetles that feed on them, found something else remarkable. When goldenrod plants were exposed to the warning VOCs released by their damaged neighbors, insect larvae, the very beetles that might have gone on to feed on those plants, actively avoided them. They moved away. They chose other plants. The warning had worked not just as a call to defensive preparation, but as a deterrent in itself. The scent of a prepared plant was enough to make an attacker reconsider. Think about what this means for a meadow in summer, when one plant at the edge of a meadow comes under attack. The plants nearest to it begin producing defensive compounds. The defensive compounds change the scent profile of those plants slightly. The insects moving through the meadow detect these changed scents and adjust their paths. Predatory insects arrive and begin to reduce the pest population. And all of this happens invisibly, silently, on the air. A whole system of communication and response takes place in the space between things, in the molecules adrift on a warm afternoon breeze. The meadow is not silent. It is humming in a frequency we have only recently learned to read. There is something else worth knowing, and it is one of those facts that stays with you. The smell of rain. If you have ever been outside before a rainstorm, you may have noticed a particular scent rising from the earth. Something earthy, ancient, deeply comforting. That smell has a name, petrichor. It is caused partly by a compound called geosmin, produced by soil bacteria, and partly by something called a plant rain scent. Oils that plants release during dry periods, which are then lifted into the air by the first drops of rain. Some researchers believe that even the response to approaching rain involves chemical signaling between plants, a preparation for the coming moisture, a readiness to receive what the sky is about to offer. Even the smell of rain is, in some sense, the plants talking. You may have noticed, lying where you are now, that the world feels very quiet, that the air in the room around you carries its own subtle sense, something familiar, something that belongs to this particular place and time. And if you were to step outside right now into whatever darkness lies beyond your walls, the air out there would be full of messages. Not messages for you, messages for the leaves, for the roots, for the fungi threading through the soil, and the insects drifting on their slow nocturnal paths. The night air is never empty. It is always carrying something. And somewhere in a meadow or a garden or along the edge of a wood, leaves are receiving those signals right now, making small, quiet adjustments to their chemistry, readying themselves for whatever the morning might bring. They have been doing this for 400 million years, long before there were any creatures with ears to hear, or noses to smell, or minds to wonder at what was happening. The language of leaves has always been here. We are simply and finally beginning to learn how to listen. Let that thought settle around you now. The world is full of whispers. You do not need to understand every word. You do not need to follow every molecule on its drifting path. It is enough to know, lying here in the quiet and the conversation is happening, that the leaves are talking to each other in their slow, chemical way, that the air between things is never truly empty, that even in stillness there is always a kind of reaching, just as you are reaching right now toward sleep, drifting closer, breath by breath, to that soft, wordless place where thought dissolves, and the body finally, gratefully, lets go. The leaves are whispering. Let them carry you. You are doing so well. If you are still awake, that is perfectly fine. If you have drifted in and out, that is perfectly fine too. There is no right way to be here. There is only the gentle forward movement of this voice and the soft facts it carries, and your own body slowly unwinding in the dark. Take a breath now, a slow one, in through the nose, if that feels comfortable, and out through the mouth, just slightly, like a long, quiet sigh. That is it. We are going to visit something extraordinary tonight, something so familiar that we almost never think about it, and yet so remarkable that, if you truly sit with it for a moment, it has the quality of a miracle, something that has been happening on this planet for billions of years, quietly and without pause, in every green thing that has ever grown under an open sky. We are going to think about light and what a plant does with it. You have heard the word photosynthesis before, almost certainly. It is one of those words that appears early in our education and then gets filed away, taken for granted, rarely examined again. We learned it as a fact. Plants make food from sunlight. And then we moved on. But tonight, with nowhere to go and nothing to do, let us open that word back up. Let us look inside it, slowly and carefully, and find what is actually happening in there. Because what is actually happening is astonishing. Begin with a single leaf. Hold it in your mind, a broad, flat, green leaf, still attached to its branch, tilted slightly toward the sky. It looks still. It looks passive. It looks, to our eyes, like it is simply sitting there, doing nothing in particular. But inside that leaf, at this very moment, something extraordinary is happening at the level of the invisible, at the scale of molecules and electrons and particles of light moving at a speed too fast to comprehend. The leaf is drinking, not water, though it drinks that too. It is drinking light, absorbing photons, individual packets of energy from the sun, and using them to do something that no human technology has yet been able to replicate with anything close to the same elegance. It is using light to tear apart water molecules, to capture carbon from the air, and to weave both of these into sugar, into living energy, out of almost nothing. Let us go a little deeper inside every cell of a green leaf. There are tiny structures called chloroplasts, small, lens-shaped bodies, far too small to see without a powerful microscope. A single leaf cell might contain between 10 and 100 of them, and a single leaf might contain hundreds of millions of leaf cells. Each chloroplast is a small, self-contained factory for turning light into life. Inside each chloroplast, there are stacked membranes, thin, folded layers arranged like a pile of coins, called thylakoids. And embedded within those membranes are molecules of chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is the green pigment that gives plants their color. But its color is not incidental. It is functional. Chlorophyll absorbs light energy from the red and blue ends of the visible spectrum very efficiently and reflects the green wavelengths back. That is why leaves look green to us, because green is the part of sunlight that the chlorophyll cannot use, the part it gives back to the world. Everything else, the red light of early morning, the warm blue of midday, it keeps when a photon of light, a single tiny particle of solar energy that has traveled approximately 150 million kilometers from the surface of the sun, reaches a chlorophyll molecule inside a thylakoid. Something extraordinary happens. The energy of that photon boosts an electron inside the chlorophyll to a higher energy state. The electron becomes, briefly, excited, charged with energy it needs to release. And it is at this moment that the real work begins. That excited electron passes along a chain of molecules, the electron transport chain, like a baton passed from runner to runner in a relay race. At each handoff, the electron releases a little of its energy, and that released energy is used to pump hydrogen ions across the thylakoid membrane, building up a kind of pressure, a stored potential that is then harnessed by a molecular machine called ATP synthase to produce a molecule called ATP. ATP is the universal energy currency of life. Every living cell on Earth, plant, animal, fungus, bacterium, uses ATP to power its work. And here, inside the chloroplast, the energy of a photon from the sun is being converted, step by patient step, into exactly that currency. But there is more. At the same time this is happening, the chlorophyll molecule needs to replace the electron it just donated. It does this by taking an electron from water, a water molecule, 2 hydrogen atoms, and 1 oxygen atom, drawn up from the soil through the roots, and the stem is split apart. The hydrogen is kept, and the oxygen, the leftover part, the part the plant has no use for, is released. It floats out through the tiny pores in the leaf, the stomata, and drifts into the air. Every breath of oxygen you have ever taken, every breath that has ever kept you alive, began this way. It began with a water molecule being split inside a chloroplast, because a photon of sunlight arrived and gave an electron the energy it needed to move. The air we breathe is, in the most literal sense, a byproduct of plants drinking light. That is not a poetic idea. That is exactly what is happening. Now, the first stage of photosynthesis, the light-dependent reactions, has done its work. It has produced ATP and a related energy-carrying molecule called NADPH, and it has released oxygen into the world. But the plant still needs to make sugar, the actual food it will use to build itself, to grow, to flower, to set seed. This happens in the second stage, the Calvin cycle, named for the American biochemist Melvin Calvin, who worked out its details in the 1950s using radioactive carbon as a tracer. In the Calvin cycle, the plant uses the ATP and NADPH produced in the first stage to capture carbon dioxide from the air. Carbon dioxide, The same gas we exhale with every breath drifts in through the stomata of the leaf, and inside the chloroplast, an enzyme called rubisco grabs hold of it. Rubisco is, by some measures, the most abundant protein on Earth. There is more of it, by weight, than any other protein in the living world, and its job is to fix carbon, to take carbon from the air and lock it into organic molecules. Through a series of careful, elegant steps, the Calvin cycle uses that carbon and the energy from ATP and NADPH to build a 3-carbon sugar, the starting material for glucose, for cellulose, for starch, for every complex carbohydrate the plant will ever need. Wood is made of this. Fruit is made of this. The cotton of a shirt, the fibers of a rope, the pages of a book, all of it began as carbon dioxide floating in the air, captured by a leaf on a sunny afternoon, woven by the quiet alchemy of photosynthesis into something solid and lasting. A tree is made of air. That is not a metaphor. The carbon that makes up the wood of a tree, the dense, solid, enduring substance of it, came almost entirely from carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, captured leaf by leaf, year by year, over the slow decades of the tree's life. The soil provides minerals and water. The sun provides energy. But the substance of the tree itself, its mass, its body, is drawn molecule by patient molecule out of the air. We tend to think of trees as rising from the ground, but in the most literal sense, they fall from the sky. There are roughly 3 trillion trees on Earth, a number so large it is difficult to hold in the mind. Every one of them is continuously performing this process, drawing carbon from the air and energy from the sun, and weaving both into living tissue. Together, the plants of the earth process somewhere in the region of 100 billion tons of carbon each year through photosynthesis, cycling it from the air into the living world and back again in one of the largest and most ancient metabolic processes on the planet. And at the heart of all of it is a leaf, tilted toward the light, quietly drinking. There is a particular quality of light in the late afternoon, when the sun is low and the air has the color of warm honey, and the light comes through the leaves at a low angle and makes them glow from within, translucent green, backlit, still. If you have ever seen this, you will know the feeling it produces. Something close to awe, something quiet and spacious. That feeling, we now know, is entirely appropriate. What you are seeing in those backlit leaves is the process by which the earth feeds itself, by which the oxygen in your lungs is renewed, by which the carbon you exhale is gathered back into the living world. The light passing through the leaf is being harvested, electron by excited electron, into the machinery of life. It has been doing this for 3 billion years. The first photosynthetic organisms were single-celled bacteria floating in the ancient ocean, and they began producing oxygen long before any creature had evolved to breathe it. Over millions of years, they changed the composition of the atmosphere itself, filling the sky with oxygen, until eventually the conditions existed for more complex life to evolve. For lungs, for heartbeats, for the slow evolutionary journey that led eventually to you. You are, in the deepest possible sense, a product of photosynthesis. Your body is built from food, and food is built from sunlight. Follow any chain of nutrition far enough back, and you always arrive at the same place. A leaf tilted toward the sky, drinking the light. So as you lie here now, in the dark and the quiet, breathing slowly and letting the night carry you toward sleep, remember this: the oxygen in this breath came from a leaf. The food that built your bones and muscles and the warmth of your body came at its source from sunlight. You are, right now, running on the stored energy of a star, energy captured by green things, held in sugars, passed from plant to plant and creature to creature, until it found its way to you. You are part of that long, slow, beautiful chain, and you are resting in it now. Let your eyes be heavy. Let your thoughts be soft and slow as a leaf turning toward the morning light, unhurried and certain that the light will come. It always comes. Let yourself sink a little deeper. If there is any part of your body still holding a little tension, a shoulder, a jaw, the back of a hand. Let it soften now. You do not need to hold anything. You do not need to stay alert. The night is long and gentle, and there is nothing that requires your effort right now. We have been traveling together for a while now, down through the roots, through the wood-wide web, up through the whispering leaves, and into the quiet miracle of photosynthesis. And with each chapter, perhaps, the world of plants has begun to feel a little more alive to you, a little more present, a little more full of quiet intention. Tonight, we are going to go somewhere even more surprising. We are going to talk about touch, about the fact that plants can feel you. Not in the way a person feels a hand on their shoulder, not with nerves and skin and the warm rush of sensation that travels to a conscious mind, but in their own way, in the way that is specific to them and to the remarkable chemistry of living tissue. Plants, it turns out, are exquisitely sensitive to physical contact, and when they are touched by wind, by rain, by a passing animal, by the gentle brush of your fingers, they respond. They change. They remember at the level of their cells that something has been there. This field of science has a beautiful name. It is called thigmomorphogenesis. The word comes from the Greek thigmo, meaning touch, and morphogenesis, meaning the generation of form. Touch-induced change of form, the idea that being touched over time shapes what a plant becomes. And the more you learn about it, the more extraordinary it seems. Let us begin with something simple, something you may have seen without ever wondering about it, a vine growing up a garden wall. Watch the tendril of a climbing plant, a pea vine, perhaps, or a passion fruit, or a grapevine reaching toward a trellis. It grows outward from the stem, thin and pale, and curling slightly at its tip, extending itself into the air like a question. And then, one day, the tendril touches something, a wire, a branch, the rough surface of a fence, and everything changes. Within seconds, sometimes within as little as 20 seconds of contact, the tendril begins to respond. The cells on the side that made contact start to behave differently from the cells on the other side. A hormone called auxin redistributes itself, accumulating on the far side of the tendril, causing those cells to elongate more rapidly. The result is that the tendril bends toward the object it has touched, curling around it, gripping it, anchoring itself with a strength that is surprisingly difficult to break. All of this from a single touch. The tendril did not see the support. It did not smell it or hear it. It felt it, and it responded with speed and precision by changing the direction of its growth. By wrapping itself around the thing it found and holding on. This is called thigmotropism, growth directed by touch. And it is one of the clearest examples of how profoundly responsive plants are to the physical world around them. But the touch response goes far beyond climbing plants. Consider what happens when you brush against a plant repeatedly. Not harshly, just gently, the way wind might move through it on a breezy afternoon. A researcher might do this in a laboratory, stroking a young plant several times a day over the course of weeks. What happens to that plant is remarkable. It grows differently. Plants that are regularly touched become shorter and stockier than plants that are left undisturbed. Their stems grow thicker, their cell walls denser, their internal structure reinforced. They become, in a word, tougher, more resilient, better able to withstand the mechanical stresses that the touching signals are preparing them for. The plant, in other words, is listening to its environment. It is receiving information, repeated, regular contact, and interpreting it as a signal that the world it lives in involves wind or pressure or movement, and it adjusts its architecture accordingly. It invests in strength rather than height. It builds itself to last. Research has shown that touch stimulation can affect approximately 2.5 to 10% of all the active genes in a plant. Touch, simple, gentle, repeated contact, triggers a cascade of genetic activity so broad that it touches a significant fraction of the plant's entire instruction set. Genes involved in cell wall construction, hormone signaling, stress response, and growth regulation all shift their activity levels in response to being touched. The mechanism behind this begins with calcium. When a plant cell is mechanically stimulated, when the cell wall is deformed by pressure, however slight, specialized protein channels in the cell membrane open. These are called mechanoreceptors, stretch-activated ion channels, and when they open, calcium ions flood into the cell. Calcium is one of the most important signaling molecules in plant biology. Its sudden presence inside a cell is a message, clear and immediate. Something has happened. Something has touched us. Pay attention. That calcium signal travels rapidly through the plant, spreading from cell to cell in a wave, moving through the tissue like a ripple across still water. Other molecules follow in its wake, reactive oxygen species, hormones like jasmonic acid and ethylene, electrical signals moving through the plant's vascular tissue. The whole plant, in effect, is informed that contact has been made, even if only one small part of it was actually touched, and then the response begins. What is particularly moving about this process is its specificity. Plants do not simply react to all touch in the same way. They distinguish between different kinds of contact. A gentle, regular brushing produces one response. The slow, architectural thickening of thigmomorphogenesis. A single, sharp contact in a specific location. Say, a tendril touching a wire produces the rapid, directed response of thigmotropism. An insect feeding on a leaf produces a different chemical response again. One oriented toward defense rather than structural reinforcement. The plant reads the nature of the touch. It interprets what has touched it, and it responds accordingly. There is a detail in the research that is particularly worth sitting with tonight. Scientists studying thigmomorphogenesis found that the response depends not just on whether a plant is touched, but on how often plants touched 80 times a day responded differently from plants touched 160 times a day. Different genes activated at different intensities, different hormonal cascades, different physical outcomes. The plant was counting in its chemical way, keeping track, adjusting its response to the frequency of the signal. This is not consciousness as we experience it, but it is something. It is sensitivity. It is integration of information over time. It is a kind of memory, cellular, chemical, but real. And it is happening right now in every plant that is exposed to the night wind outside. Think of the grass in a field on a quiet night, even in what seems like stillness. There is movement, small eddies of air moving through the blades, each one registering as a tiny mechanical event in the cells of each grass plant. The cells are responding. Calcium is moving. The grass, in its own slow chemical way, is feeling the night. Think of a tree in a garden, its leaves trembling very slightly in the dark. Each tremble is a touch, a compression on one side of the leaf stem, a stretching on the other. The tree is registering all of it, not processing it the way a mind processes sensation, but recording it in the slow language of hormones and gene expression. The tree knows what the wind has been doing tonight. Its body shows the history of every season of wind it has ever experienced. You can read it if you know how to look in the shape and thickness of its branches. The windward side of a tree is always different from the sheltered side. Its cells are denser. Its wood is harder. The touch of the wind, repeated 1,000,000 times over decades, has written itself into the tree's body. Touch leaves a mark. Even in plants, there is something else, something gentler, and perhaps more beautiful. Some research suggests that plants respond to human touch differently from mechanical touch, that the chemical signals triggered by a person handling a plant differ slightly from those produced by wind or rain. Whether this means plants in some sense notice us. Notice the specific presence of a living creature with a different weight and temperature and intention is not something science has confirmed, but it is a possibility worth holding softly without pressing it too hard. What we do know is that regular, gentle contact between a person and a plant, the kind of absent-minded touching that a gardener gives to the plants they tend, brushing leaves while passing, resting a hand briefly on a stem is not without effect. The plant responds. Its chemistry shifts. Its architecture over time reflects the presence of that repeated gentle contact. There is a long tradition across many cultures and throughout history of people talking to their plants, of spending time with them, touching them, attending to them with the kind of gentle daily presence that a gardener gives. And while the plants are not hearing the words, something of that presence, the warmth, the touch, the movement of air is being received, registered, responded to. Perhaps there is more to that old habit than we ever realized. You are lying very still now, and the room around you is quiet. But if there are any plants nearby, a house plant on a shelf, something green in the corner of the room, they are aware, in their own way, of the subtle currents in the air, of the warmth of a body at rest, of the slow, regular movement of breathing. They are not watching you, but they are, in their quiet way, in contact with the world you are part of. And in that contact, something small and invisible is happening. Let that be enough. Let yourself rest now, as still as a leaf on a windless night, and let the quiet around you be exactly that. Quiet, gentle, full of small, invisible things that do not require your attention to continue. The touch of sleep is coming, soft as a tendril finding its way. You are still here, drifting, perhaps, somewhere between the words and the silence. That is a good place to be. Let your breathing be easy tonight. No effort, no control. Simply let your body breathe the way it knows how to breathe, slowly, naturally, following its own quiet rhythm. Your body has been breathing without your help for your entire life. You can trust it to continue. We are going to visit something tonight that sits at the very edge of what science has discovered about plants, something that researchers are still exploring, still debating, still finding ways to measure and understand. It is the idea that plants do not just respond to light and touch and chemicals in the air. It is the idea that plants may also respond to something even more surprising. Sound, vibration, the invisible waves that move through the air and the earth and the water, carrying energy from one place to another. The same energy that reaches your ears as music, as a voice, as the rain on a window, as the low hum of the world at night. It may be that plants are listening, not with ears. Plants have nothing like ears, and nothing like the neurological system that translates vibration into what we experience as sound, but at the level of cells, at the level of membranes and molecules responding to mechanical pressure. Plants appear to be sensitive to vibration in ways that are only now becoming clear. This field of research is called plant bioacoustics, and it is one of the most surprising frontiers in all of plant science. Let us begin at the beginning, or rather, at the roots, corn roots, the roots of maize. One of the most studied crop plants on Earth have been observed doing something remarkable. When exposed to a continuous sound played through a speaker placed near them in water, the root tips bend. They grow toward the source of the sound. They navigate in the dark by following a vibration. This is particularly striking because these roots were not following moisture or gravity or chemical signals. There was no water near the speaker. There was no nutrient gradient, no light, no touch. There was only sound, specifically sound at frequencies between 200 and 300 hertz, and the roots moved toward it. 200 hertz is a low, gentle frequency. It sits below the middle of the range of human hearing. A soft bass hum, the kind of tone you might feel more than hear. A vibration in the chest rather than a ringing in the ears, and it is the frequency that corn roots seem most attuned to. The frequency that makes them turn and grow. But here is something even more remarkable. The roots themselves produce sound at roughly these same frequencies, using sensitive instruments placed in the water in which corn roots were growing. Researchers were able to detect distinct acoustic emissions coming from the root tips themselves. Quiet, structured clicks and pulses in the range of frequencies that other roots respond to. Think about what this suggests. If roots produce sounds in the range of frequencies that roots respond to, then it is at least possible. And researchers are careful here, as they should be, that roots use sound as one way of sensing the world around them, that a root pressing through dark soil might be detecting the acoustic presence of neighboring roots, that the soil itself, which transmits sound beautifully, might be carrying a kind of vibrating conversation between the root systems of neighboring plants, running alongside the chemical signals we already know about. Sound travels very well through dense materials, faster through water than through air, faster still through soil and rock. A vibration produced at one end of a root system could travel, in principle, considerable distances through the earth before fading. It would arrive at the roots of nearby plants long before any chemical signal could diffuse across the same distance. In a forest floor, or a meadow, or any dense planting of vegetation, the soil may be continuously filled with a low, quiet hum of acoustic signals, roots clicking, pressing, feeling their way, and perhaps hearing something of the living world around them. In return, there is also the response to the sound of water. Pea plant roots, the roots of Pisum sativum, a plant that has been studied since the days of Gregor Mendel, have been shown to grow toward the sound of running water, even when there is no actual moisture present. The roots followed the vibrations caused by water moving through a pipe, navigating toward the source of sound as though it were the source of water itself. And then, in a beautiful piece of additional discovery, when actual moisture was made available nearby, the roots abandoned the sound source and moved toward the real water instead. They had used sound as a first, approximate guide, a rough direction, and then switched to the more precise signal of moisture when it became available. This is a degree of environmental sensitivity that is difficult to fully absorb. The root is not simply growing. It is reading its environment through multiple channels simultaneously. Sound, moisture, gravity, chemical signals, and weighing them and choosing, now let us rise from the roots and think about sound above the soil. Plants above the ground respond to sound vibrations as well. Here the research becomes both more varied and more fascinating. Studies have shown that exposing plants to sound can influence gene expression, switching certain genes on and more active, while leaving others quiet. Frequencies between 125 and 250 hertz have been shown in some experiments to increase the activity of genes related to growth and disease resistance. Sound treatment has been found to increase levels of a growth-promoting hormone called IAA, while decreasing levels of a stress hormone called ABA. A hormonal shift that nudges the plant toward growth rather than defense. In practical terms, this has interested agricultural researchers for decades. Experiments have been conducted with sound treatment in rice, in strawberries, in tomatoes, in wheat. Some of these experiments showed improved germination rates, higher yields, increased chlorophyll content, and greater resistance to insects and disease. The results are not always consistent. Plant acoustics research is still young, and methodological challenges abound, but the direction of the evidence is intriguing enough that researchers continue to pursue it carefully with increasingly sophisticated tools. There is one experiment that deserves particular attention, and it is one of the most quietly astonishing findings in this field. Researchers played plants recordings of the sound of a caterpillar chewing. Not actual caterpillars, just the vibrations that caterpillar chewing produces, transmitted through the leaf tissue, and the plants, receiving those vibrations, began to produce defensive chemicals, specifically compounds called glucosinolates, which are toxic to caterpillars, were found in higher concentrations in the leaves of plants that had been vibrated with the sound of chewing. Even though no caterpillar had ever touched them, the plants had heard, in the only sense available to them, the sound of being eaten, and they had responded by preparing to make themselves less edible. The vibration of mandibles on a leaf surface, transmitted through the tissue of the plant, had been interpreted as a warning signal, and the warning had been acted upon. This places sound firmly within the plant's repertoire of environmental sensing, marginal curiosity, but a potentially meaningful channel of information alongside light and chemistry and touch. And then there is this. Plants themselves produce sounds under stress. When plants are drought stressed, when water is scarce, and the supply of moisture through their stems becomes strained, tiny bubbles form and burst inside the water-conducting vessels of the plant in a process called cavitation. These bursting bubbles produce ultrasonic clicks, sounds above the range of human hearing, but detectable with sensitive instruments placed near the plant. A thirsty plant makes noise. It whispers in frequencies too high for us to hear of its distress. In a forest, these ultrasonic signals from stressed trees may travel through the air to the leaves and stems of neighboring plants, or through the soil to nearby roots. Whether other plants detect and respond to these distress sounds is still being investigated, but the possibility exists that drought stress, like herbivore attack, may propagate through a community of plants, not only through chemical signals, but through the invisible medium of sound. The forest, it seems, is never truly silent. Even on the quietest night, a night like this one, perhaps, still and cool and dark, there are sounds moving through it that we cannot hear. The ultrasonic clicks of stressed wood, the low vibrations of growing roots pressing through the soil, the acoustic emissions of water moving through xylem vessels, a community of living things communicating in frequencies above and below the narrow band of sound that human ears can catch. We are surrounded by conversations we cannot directly hear, but you can feel them in a way. Lying still in the dark, your body is itself a surface through which vibration travels. The hum of the building, the distant rumble of the world, the slow, rhythmic sound of your own heartbeat moving through your chest. Vibration is everywhere. It is one of the most fundamental properties of a physical world. Everything resonates. Everything responds. Everything is, in some sense, always listening. Plants listen in frequencies we do not share, but perhaps the impulse to tune in to the world, to detect what is happening around be sensitive to the invisible forces that surround us is something older than any particular species. Perhaps it is simply what it means to be alive in a world full of energy and information. And tonight, lying here in your own quiet darkness, listening to the soft movement of these words, you are doing exactly that. Tuning in, being present, receiving. Let the sounds of the night settle around you, however quiet they are. The hum of the air, the faint sounds of the building, the sound of your own breath. Let it all be soft. Let it all be distant, and let yourself drift as gently as a root tip growing toward a low, warm hum in the dark, finding your way without hurry toward somewhere deep and still. Let the night hold you for a moment. Just breathe in and out, slow and easy. There is nothing to do right now but be here, in this quiet place, drifting gently through the hours. We have come a long way together already. We have been underground, in the roots and the fungal threads. We have risen up through the leaves and felt the warmth of light being transformed into sugar. We have talked about touch and sound and the extraordinary sensitivity of the living world, and with each chapter, perhaps the plants around you, wherever you are, whatever green thing shares your home or grows outside your window, have felt a little less like furniture and a little more like neighbors. Tonight, we are going to talk about time. Not the time on a clock, not the calendar on a wall. We are going to talk about the deep biological time that plants carry inside them, the ancient internal rhythm that tells a flower when to open, tells a tree when to drop its leaves, tells a seed sleeping in the cold earth that spring has truly arrived, and it is finally safe to grow. We are going to talk about how plants know what time of year it is, and the answer, when you look at it carefully, is one of the most beautiful things in all of plant biology. Plants tell time with light. More precisely, they measure darkness. They count the hours of the night. This sounds, at first, like a simple thing, but the mechanism behind it is intricate and elegant, and it has taken scientists decades to fully unravel. Even now, there are aspects of it we are still learning. It begins with a molecule called phytochrome. Phytochrome is a photoreceptor, a protein that absorbs light and changes its shape in response to what it absorbs. It exists in two forms, which interconvert depending on the light conditions. In daylight, which is rich in red wavelengths, phytochrome sits in its active form. It is switched on, alert, ready to signal when darkness falls. It begins to slowly convert back to its inactive form. And the rate of this conversion is steady and constant. It ticks along in the dark like the hand of a very precise clock. So at any given moment during the night, the ratio of active to inactive phytochrome in a plant's cells is a direct measure of how long it has been dark. The plant is not guessing at the season. It is not sensing temperature or the direction of the wind or any of the 1,000 other variables that change from day to day. It is counting the hours of darkness with a molecular clock of remarkable precision and comparing that count against an internal threshold that evolution has set over millions of years. When the night is long enough, when the count exceeds that threshold, a signal is released. This is called the flowering signal. Scientists name the molecule that carries it florigen, from the Latin for flower bearer. Florigen is produced in the leaves, where the phytochrome measurement is made, and then travels slowly through the plant's own vascular system, like a letter sent from one part of the plant to another, to the growing tip. And when florigen arrives at the growing tip, the plant does something it has never done before. It stops making leaves, and it begins to make flowers. This transition is irreversible once a plant commits to flowering. Once the florigen arrives and the molecular switches are thrown, the growing tip will never produce another leaf. It will only produce flowers, and then seeds, and then, in most cases, it will die or retreat or rest, depending on its nature and its season. It is a commitment made in the dark, measured in molecules, timed to a standard that was established long before any human ever looked at a flower and wondered why it bloomed. Now, different plants measure darkness differently. Some need long nights, They are called short-day plants because they flower when the days are short and the nights are long. Chrysanthemums are a familiar example. Poinsettias, those deep red plants associated with midwinter, are another. They flower in late autumn and winter, not because of cold, but because the nights have grown long enough. Give a poinsettia a long, unbroken night, and it will bloom regardless of the temperature or the month. Other plants are long-day plants. They flower when the nights are short, which means the summer months. Spinach, clover, and many species of iris wait for the long days of summer before they commit to flowering, and the mechanism by which they measure this is the same phytochrome, the same slow conversion in the dark, but the threshold is inverted. Too much darkness suppresses their flowering signal rather than triggering it. A single flash of light in the middle of a long night is enough to reset the clock for many plants. A brief interruption of the darkness, even just a few minutes of light, convinces the plant that the night is shorter than it actually was, and suppresses or delays flowering accordingly. This is why street lights can confuse plants. Trees growing under artificial light in cities may hold their leaves longer into autumn than trees in unlit locations, because the light at night is interrupting the darkness count, telling them that summer has not yet truly ended. The molecular clock, so precisely calibrated over millions of years, is thrown off by a few watts of sodium light. Something worth holding gently in mind. But there is more to plant timekeeping than just the seasons. Inside every plant cell is a circadian clock, an internal 24-hour rhythm that runs continuously, regardless of external conditions. This clock is not the same as the phytochrome system that measures seasons. It is a separate, faster rhythm, driven by loops of gene expression that cycle through their states once every approximately 24 hours. It is, in a very real sense, a biological clock, and it sets the rhythm of the plant's entire daily life. The circadian clock controls when flowers open and close. Some species open precisely at dawn, others at midday, others in the afternoon, each attuned to the flight times of their particular pollinators. It controls when stomata, the tiny pores in leaves, open to let in carbon dioxide for photosynthesis, and when they close to conserve water. It controls the timing of root growth, which happens predominantly at night in many species. It governs the release of scent from flowers. Many plants produce their fragrances only at certain hours, coordinating precisely with the animals they need to attract. The famous botanist Carl Linnaeus, in the 18th century, imagined a flower clock, a garden planted so that different flowers would open at different hours of the day, allowing a person to tell the time simply by observing which blooms were open. He knew the flowers, and he knew their rhythms. Chicory opening at 5 in the morning, dandelions at 6, white water lily at 7, osteospermum at 9, and so on through the day. And he believed correctly that these rhythms were dependable enough to serve as a timepiece, even in a dark room, cut off from sunlight. Many of these flowers will continue to open and close at their appointed times for several days. The internal clock running on, measuring its own rhythm, waiting for the light that resets it each morning. Plants know what time it is. They know what season it is. They have known, without clocks or calendars or any external record keeping, for hundreds of millions of years. The rhythms that govern a flower's opening, a tree's dormancy, a seed's germination. These are not responses to obvious, dramatic cues. They are subtle, molecular readings of the lightest of light, the longest of nights, the finest of chemical ratios inside a leaf cell. They are the result of an unimaginably long conversation between life and time. There is something wonderful about thinking of the plant world as full of clocks. Every living green thing carrying inside it a rhythm, a calendar, a precise measure of where it is in the turning of the year. A cherry tree in late winter is already counting. It knows how many cold hours it has accumulated. It needs a certain number before it will allow itself to bloom. A safeguard against a single warm week in January, tricking it into flowering too early, and when the count is right, when the days have lengthened just enough, when the phytochrome ratio has crossed its ancient threshold, then, and only then, the flowers come. Not a moment too soon, not a moment too late. This patience, this precision, has kept the plant world in time with the turning of the earth for longer than we can truly comprehend. Flowers that evolved with their pollinators bloom when their pollinators fly. Trees that depend on autumn birds to disperse their seeds set their fruit when the birds are passing through. Grasses that need spring rains to germinate have tuned their clocks to the exact length of the nights that precede those rains. Everything is timed. Everything is measured. And all of it happens inside the leaves, in the quiet language of molecules and light. As you lie here now in the dark, your own circadian clock is running. It is telling your body to rest, to lower its temperature slightly, to slow its heart rate, to ease the production of the hormones of wakefulness, and let the chemistry of sleep begin to gather. Your clock, like the plant's clock, was set at sunrise this morning. The light of the day entering your eyes and resetting the molecular loops that measure your 24 hours. And now the darkness tells you it is time, not because you decided it, not because a clock on the wall says so, because the ancient rhythm inside you, older than language, older than thought, is measuring the darkness and finding it long enough and sending its quiet signal that the day is done. You are not so different in this moment from a chrysanthemum counting the hours of October night. Both of you, in your own way, are following a rhythm that was written long before you existed. Let it carry you now. Let the clock inside you do its ancient, quiet work. Let the darkness be enough. Breathe in slowly and out. Let the weight of your body settle a little more. Let the pillow take your head. Let the blanket be warm. There is nothing outside this moment that needs your attention. The night is long, and we are only partway through it. And every word from here is simply a gentle companion for the hours ahead. We have been thinking about time tonight, about the way plants measure it, counting the hours of darkness, following the slow turning of the year with a precision that has taken millions of years to perfect. And now I want to take that idea of time and stretch it out. Stretch it much, much further than the span of a single season or a single year or even a single human life. I want to think with you very gently about deep time, about what it means to be alive for a very, very long time. Because some plants, some living organisms that began as plants or grow as plants grow, or spread the way only the most patient of living things can spread, have been alive on this earth for so long that the numbers, when you first encounter them, seem almost impossible to hold. Let us begin with the tree you can visit. Hidden in the white mountains of eastern California, in a grove called the ancient bristlecone pine forest, there is a tree with no identifying sign nearby. Its exact location is kept quiet, a deliberate secret to protect it from the kind of attention that might harm it. It is a gnarled, wind-twisted thing, not tall, not dramatic, not the kind of tree that would make you stop and stare if you happened to walk past it. Its trunk is pale and dense and deeply furrowed. Its branches reach out at odd angles, shaped by centuries of mountain wind. Its name is Methuselah, and it is over 4,800 years old. 4,800 years. When Methuselah was a young tree, a sapling, perhaps 100 years old, still finding its way toward the mountain light, the Great Pyramid of Giza had not yet been built. The Bronze Age was in its infancy. The written word was only just beginning to exist in the world. Every civilization that has risen and fallen since, every empire, every dynasty, every city that has been built and burned and built again, happened while this tree stood in its quiet grove, breathing the thin mountain air, growing its dense, resinous wood one slow ring at a time. It survived not by growing fast, but by growing slowly. Bristlecone pines in harsh, high-altitude environments produce wood so dense and resinous that it resists rot, insects, and disease for centuries. Their growth rings in lean years are almost too thin to see, a fraction of a millimeter. A year's work compressed into a line barely visible under magnification. But they add up year after year, ring after ring, each one a record of the mountain winter that preceded it, the spring that followed, the summer that carried enough rain, or not quite enough. The tree holds this record inside itself. Every year it has ever lived is written in its wood. An archive of 4,800 individual years, stored in the body of a living thing that is still alive, still growing, still producing its twisted, wind-bent branches against the high California sky. We call it the oldest known non-clonal organism on Earth. That word, non-clonal, is important because when we look at clonal organisms, the timescales become something else entirely. In the Fish Lake National Forest in Utah, there is what appears to be a forest. Thousands of quaking aspen trees, covering more than 100 acres of mountain slope, pale-barked, slender-trunked, their leaves trembling in any breath of wind, the way aspen leaves always do. In autumn, they turn gold together, a wash of color across the hillside. In spring, they leaf out together, the same pale green appearing all at once across the whole vast slope. But it is not a forest, not in the way we usually mean. All of those trees, every single one of the 40,000 individual trunks, are the same organism. They are all connected underground by a single, enormous root system, all of them genetically identical, all of them expressions of one living thing that began, perhaps, as a single seed in a time so distant that the landscape around it would be unrecognizable to us now. Its name is Pando, from the Latin for I spread. How old is Pando? This is a question scientists continue to debate. The individual trunks are short-lived, rarely more than 130 years. But the root system, which simply sends up new shoots as old trunks die, may have been doing so for an extraordinarily long time. Estimates of Pando's age range widely, from around 16,000 years at the conservative end to as much as 80,000 years in some analyses. 80,000 years, 80,000 years ago, modern humans had not yet migrated out of Africa. Neanderthals still walked the earth. The last ice age had not yet reached its coldest point. The landscape of North America was entirely different. Mammoths and giant ground sloths moved through forests that no longer exist. And somewhere in what is now Utah, a seed fell and a root began, and a tree began to spread, and it is still spreading now. It has survived ice ages. It has survived the complete transformation of the climate around it, not once, but many times. It has survived the arrival, some 12,000 years ago, of the first humans on the American continent. It was old beyond our imagination when every civilization we know of began. Pando weighs more than 6,000 tons, making it not only one of the oldest, but also the heaviest living organism on Earth. More than any whale, more than any elephant, more than any creature that moves, and it is quiet. It trembles in the wind. It turns gold in autumn. It does nothing that would make you look twice if you did not know what you were looking at. But now you know. And then at the bottom of the sea, off the coast of Spain, there is something even older. Posidonia oceanica, a seagrass, not technically a true grass, but a flowering plant that evolved on land, and over millions of years returned to the sea, grows in vast underwater meadows in the Mediterranean. It is not spectacular to look at. Long, flat, ribbon-like leaves waving in the current, rooted in sandy seafloor, forming dense meadows that are home to countless species of fish and invertebrate. One particular meadow of Posidonia, stretching for nearly 16 kilometers near the island of Ibiza, was genetically tested by researchers. What they found was astonishing. Every plant in this vast underwater meadow was genetically identical. A single clonal organism that had been spreading slowly across the seafloor for an estimated 100,000 years. 100,000 years. This seagrass was already ancient when our ancestors first left Africa. It was spreading silently through the clear Mediterranean water, while our entire human story was still in its first chapter. It has continued through everything: the rise and fall of civilizations on the coasts above it, the ships that passed over it, the centuries of human history playing out in the world above the waterline, while it simply continued, leaf by slow leaf, spreading its roots through the warm, dim seafloor. It does not know any of this, of course. It has no awareness of the world above it. It simply grows, slowly, without urgency, one small increment at a time, the same thing it has always done, in the same place it has always done it, for 100,000 patient years. There is something deeply quieting about these timescales, something that puts our own brief lives in a context that is, paradoxically, both humbling and comforting. We rush, we worry, we feel the urgency of our days pressing against us, the hours not long enough, the years passing too quickly, the sense that everything must be done now, decided now, resolved now, and meanwhile, a tree stands on a California mountain, 4,800 years old, growing so slowly that its annual rings are almost invisible, unbothered by urgency, unaware of haste, and a vast aspen colony in Utah spreads its roots through the soil. 80,000 years of patience made visible in trembling gold leaves. And on the seafloor off the coast of Spain, a seagrass older than human civilization waves its long green ribbons in a gentle current, as it has always done, as it will continue to do long after we are gone. These are not cautionary tales. They are not reminders of our smallness or our brevity. They are something more generous than that. They are evidence, old, living, breathing evidence, that existence does not require speed, that continuity is possible on scales we can barely imagine, that the world has room for the very slow, the very patient, the very old. The bristlecone pine grows a fraction of a millimeter in a lean year, and it has been doing this for nearly 5,000 years, and it is still alive, and it is enough. Pando sends up a new trunk when an old one falls, quietly replacing what was lost with something new, neither mourning nor celebrating, simply continuing. And And it has been doing this for perhaps 80,000 years. And it is still here, and it is enough. You do not need to grow quickly tonight. You do not need to produce or achieve or decide anything. Like the bristle cone in its high mountain grove, you are simply here, breathing slowly, adding one quiet moment to the next, existing in the long, unhurried way that the living world has always known how to do. That is all that is required. Let the ancient rhythm of the deep time world settle into you now. Feel how much space there is in slow time, how much room there is for rest and quiet, and the gentle accumulation of one ordinary breath after another. You are young compared to Methuselah. We all are. Every human being who has ever lived is young compared to the trees in that California grove. And yet here you are, alive in this moment, breathing the oxygen that trees like these have been quietly releasing for thousands of years. You are part of a living world that is far, far older than any of us. And it is holding you gently right now in the dark. Let it. Let yourself be still now, completely still. Your breath is slow. The room is quiet. And you are here, resting in the dark, exactly as you should be. There is a particular kind of stillness that belongs to sleep, not the stillness of something stopped or ended or emptied out. It is the stillness of something waiting, something alive and whole and full of possibility, simply resting in the dark until the right moment comes. Tonight, I want to think about that kind of stillness with you, because there is something in the plant world that knows it better than anything else. The seed. A seed, to the eye, is one of the most ordinary objects in the world. Small, dry, hard, you could hold dozens of them in the palm of one hand and feel almost nothing there. They do not move. They do not breathe, or at least not in any way we can easily measure. They are quiet and compact and patient in a way that defies easy comparison, and yet inside each one, wrapped in a coat of protective tissue, so precisely engineered that millions of years of testing have failed to improve upon it, is something extraordinary. A complete set of instructions for a living thing, a tiny embryo a miniature root, a pair of seed leaves, a growing tip, held in a state of suspended animation, waiting, not dead, not diminished, simply paused, conserving its energy, maintaining its integrity, holding itself in readiness for the conditions that will tell it. Now is the time. This state is called dormancy, and it is one of the most elegant solutions that evolution has ever produced to the problem of surviving an uncertain world. Think about what dormancy asks of a seed. The seed must remain alive, biochemically intact, genetically undamaged, structurally sound, while consuming almost no energy at all. Its water content drops to a level so low that most biochemical processes simply stop. Its cells are not quite frozen, not quite active. They are held in a state between the two, stable and suspended, like a photograph of life rather than life itself. And in this state, seeds can last for an astonishing length of time. Many familiar seeds, tomato seeds, lettuce seeds, seeds from the vegetables in a garden, remain viable for 3 to 5 years under good conditions. Others last longer. Onion seeds decline quickly and are best used within a year or two. But the seeds of some wild plants, stored dry and cool, have remained capable of germination for decades. And then there are the extraordinary cases, the ones that make you pause. In the early 2000s, scientists took a date palm seed from a collection of ancient seeds found during archaeological excavations at Masada, the ancient fortress in Israel, and planted it. The seed had been sitting dry and quiet for approximately 2,000 years. 2,000 years since it fell from its parent tree. 2,000 years of waiting through the entire span of recorded Western history. It germinated. It grew into a healthy date palm, which its caretakers named Methuselah, the same name as the bristlecone pine we visited in the last chapter, and for the same reason. It flowered. It grew large enough to produce pollen. Researchers used that pollen to fertilize a modern female date palm, and the resulting fruit bore seeds of its own. A plant that had been sleeping for 2,000 years awoke and reproduced and added something new to the world, and even that is not the most remarkable case. In the permafrost of northeastern Siberia, along the banks of the Kolyma River, a cold and remote place where the ground has been frozen for many thousands of years. Erosion continually exposes the remains of the Pleistocene era, bones of mammoths, tools of the earliest humans, and the frozen burrows of Arctic ground squirrels, who once filled their underground chambers with seeds and plant material before the permafrost sealed everything in place. Researchers found one such burrow, and from it extracted seeds of a small flowering plant called Silene stenophylla, a relative of the campion, a modest plant with small white flowers that still grows in the Arctic today. The seeds had been lying in the frozen earth for approximately 32,000 years. 32,000 years. The last ice age was not yet at its deepest when those seeds were placed in that burrow by a small animal that would never return for them. The landscape above them was tundra, crossed by woolly mammoths and woolly rhinoceroses. Every human being alive on Earth at that moment was a hunter and gatherer, living in ways entirely unlike anything we know today. And the seeds waited, frozen, suspended, held in the permafrost in a state of perfect, icy stillness. Then researchers took tissue from inside the seeds, not the whole seed, which was too degraded to germinate directly, but cells from the seed's own placental tissue, and used them to grow plants in a laboratory. The plants flowered. They set seed. The seeds germinated. A lineage that had been frozen since the Pleistocene was alive again, growing in a warm room, producing tiny white flowers that looked exactly like the Silene stenophylla, still growing wild on the Siberian tundra today. 32,000 years of sleep, and then waking. It is almost too large an idea to hold, and yet it is documented. It happened. Living tissue from a plant that knew a world of mammoths and ice was coaxed back into growth in a modern laboratory. The patience of seeds is not metaphor. It is physics and chemistry and the extraordinary stability of molecules held cold and dry for timescales that stretch the imagination past its comfortable limits below the soil of every meadow and forest and hedgerow. There is what ecologists call the seed bank. Not a vault, not a human construction. Simply the accumulated dormant seeds of all the plants that have ever grown there, lying in the soil at various depths, waiting for their particular conditions to be met in a single square meter of grassland. There may be hundreds or even thousands of viable seeds lying dormant in the soil at any one time. Some of these seeds are from last autumn. Some are from the year before. Some have been there for decades. Because certain species produce seeds that can remain viable in soil for 20, 30, even 100 years. The soil is a library of futures. Every seed is a future plant, waiting for the right combination of light, moisture, temperature, and disturbance to come along and say, now. The conditions for germination vary enormously by species, and the precision with which seeds detect and respond to them is remarkable. Many seeds require a period of cold before they will germinate. They need to have experienced a winter before they will trust that spring has truly arrived. This is called stratification, and it is a safeguard against the kind of false spring that might sometimes occur. A warm week in autumn, a brief thaw in early winter, that could trick an unguarded seed into germinating at entirely the wrong moment. The cold requirement means that the seed must have been through a genuine winter. It must have felt real cold for a real duration before it commits to the irreversible act of sending out its first root. Other seeds require fire. The heat of a forest fire passes through the soil and chemically alters the seed coat, softening or cracking the hard outer layer that has kept moisture out for years or decades. Only after a fire, after the burning and the clearing, do these seeds finally feel safe enough to open. Some Australian plants, whose ecosystems have evolved around periodic fire for millions of years, produce seeds that will not germinate at all the smoke. They need the chemical signals that smoke carries, a compound called keratin, present in the smoke of burning plant material, to trigger their germination response. In a world without fire, those seeds simply continue to wait. And then there are the seeds that need to pass through the gut of an animal. Their coats are so hard that only the acids of a digestive system can break them down enough to allow water to enter. They travel inside a creature, a bird, a mammal, sometimes a tortoise or a fish, and emerge somewhere new, in soil they never would have reached by falling. And there, in unfamiliar ground, with their coat softened by the journey, they begin. Every seed has its own particular key, its own specific set of conditions that will unlock it. And until those conditions arrive, it simply waits, patient, intact, full of quiet potential, sometimes for years, sometimes for decades, sometimes, as we have seen, for timescales that stretch far beyond what we might ever have imagined possible. There is a vault on a remote Norwegian island, deep inside a mountain on the archipelago of Svalbard, less than 1,300 kilometers from the North Pole. It is called the Svalbard Global Seed Vault. Inside it, at a temperature of minus 18 degrees Celsius, are more than 1,300,000 seed samples, varieties of food crops from almost every country on Earth, deposited by governments and research institutions as an insurance policy against catastrophe. Inside that mountain, right now, the seeds of wheat varieties that no longer exist in any field, varieties of rice grown for centuries in countries where they are no longer cultivated, varieties of maize, of sorghum, of beans and lentils and tomatoes. Thousands of years of human agricultural history, gathered and frozen and held in the dark, waiting, like a seed bank of the deepest kind, not just the seeds of the future, but the seeds of the past, preserved against the possibility that one day we might need them again, that some variety, once thought unnecessary, might prove to be exactly the one we need, that something sleeping in the frozen dark of an Arctic mountain might, one day, be called upon to grow. idea of the seed vault, when you sit with it on a quiet night like this one, is something close to beautiful. All of that sleeping potential, all of that patient, frozen life, preserved and waiting in the dark. Not so different, perhaps, from a person lying still in the quiet hours of the night. You are also, in your own way, in a kind of dormancy right now. Not asleep yet, or perhaps you are. And these words are reaching you only softly, only at the edges. But your body is in its resting state. Its temperature has fallen slightly. Its processes have slowed. It is conserving, restoring, preparing. Not empty, not ended, simply waiting for morning as it always does, as it has always done. And morning will come, as it always does. But for now, there is only the dark, and the quiet, and the long, slow patience of a living thing at rest. Be still now, like a seed in the earth, full of everything you are, waiting for nothing in particular, simply here in the dark, whole and warm and quietly alive. You have made it to the 10th chapter. Whether you have heard every word, or whether most of them have dissolved into soft sound as you drifted, it does not matter. You are here. The night is still gentle around you, and there is more to come, soft, unhurried, carrying you quietly forward through the dark hours. Let your body be heavy. Let your mind be loose. And if your thoughts wander away from these words entirely, if you find yourself somewhere else, in some other quiet place, that is perfectly fine. The words will be here when you return. And if you do not return, that is fine too. Sleep is the whole point. Sleep is the gentlest destination. We have been thinking about memory in a way through this whole long night, the memory written in tree rings, the memory held in frozen seeds, the memory passed through fungal networks from one tree to the next. And now I want to visit that idea directly, to sit with the question that researchers are only now beginning to answer in earnest. Can a forest remember? Not the way you or I remember, not in images or feelings, or the sudden return of something thought forgot, but in the way that living tissue can carry the imprint of what it has experienced. In the way that a body holds history of everything it has been through, written not in words, but in the arrangement of its molecules, the architecture of its cells, the subtle adjustments of its chemistry that were made in response to past conditions and have never fully been undone. The answer increasingly appears to be yes, and the mechanism that makes it possible has a name we have already touched on briefly in an earlier chapter. It is called epigenetics. Epigenetics refers to changes in the way genes are expressed, changes in which genes are switched on and which are switched off without any change to the underlying DNA sequence itself. The DNA, the actual code, remains the same, but the way that code is read can be altered by chemical marks, small molecular tags attached to the DNA or to the proteins around which it is wound. These marks can be added or removed in response to environmental experience. And crucially, in plants, and particularly in trees, these marks can persist. They can persist for years, for decades, sometimes it seems for generations. When a tree experiences drought, something shifts in its cells. The water deficit triggers a cascade of responses. Stomata close to conserve moisture, growth slows. Root systems redirect their energy downward toward deeper water. This much we have known for a long time. But what researchers have more recently discovered is that those responses leave a molecular trace. Specific regions of the tree's DNA are chemically marked during the drought, tagged in a way that changes how those regions are read, how the genes within them are expressed. And when the drought ends, when the rains return and life resumes, those marks do not all disappear. Some of them stay. And the next time drought comes, the following summer, or the year after that, the tree responds differently. It responds faster. Its stomata close sooner. Its roots adjust more quickly. Its hormonal systems engage with greater precision. The tree has, in the most literal biological sense, remembered that drought has come before, and it is using that memory to be better prepared this time. Researchers at Humboldt State University in California studied trees in a mature forest over a period of 17 years, comparing trees that had been given extra irrigation with those that received only natural rainfall. What they found was that trees are profoundly shaped by their water history. Trees that had experienced drought developed smaller wood cells, denser, more efficient, better at conserving water, while trees that had been well watered grew larger, more open cells, better suited to abundance. And these physical differences persisted long after the water conditions changed. A tree that had been comfortably watered for a decade and was then left without extra water struggled more in drought than a tree that had known drought from the beginning. The comfortable tree had not built the cellular architecture for scarcity. It had not been given the chance to write that particular memory into its wood. The history of a tree is not just in its rings. It is in the shape of every cell those rings contain. But the story goes even further. Because in trees, especially long-lived trees like conifers, which may live for several centuries, the epigenetic marks laid down in response to stress can, in some cases, be passed on. When a tree that has experienced drought or disease or temperature stress produces seeds, those seeds may carry something of their parents' experience, not as memory in any conscious sense, but as epigenetic modifications that influence how the seedling's genes are expressed from the very beginning of its life. The seedling may begin life already primed, already somewhat prepared for the kind of stress its parent faced. This is called transgenerational epigenetic inheritance, and in trees, it is now a serious area of research rather than a speculative idea. Studies of conifer populations have found that the temperature conditions experienced by a parent tree at the time its seeds were developing can influence the growth patterns and cold tolerance of the seedlings those seeds produce. Even when those seedlings are grown in entirely different conditions, the parent's experience becomes the child's starting point. A stress the parent survived is a stress the offspring is already, at the molecular level, preparing for. This is not learning in the way we use that word. It is something older and in some ways more profound, a biological inheritance of experience that crosses the boundary between generations, a form of accumulated wisdom encoded not in behavior or culture or language, but in the chemistry of the cell. Think about what this means for an old-growth forest. A forest that has been standing for several centuries is not merely a collection of old trees. It is a community of organisms that have collectively experienced everything the landscape has thrown at them. The drought years and the flood years, the insect outbreaks and the ice storms, the long cold winters and the early springs that arrived too soon, and through epigenetic memory, through the chemical marks written into the DNA of each tree over its lifetime, and passed in part to its offspring, the forest has accumulated something, not a record in any form we could read, not a history in any narrative sense, but a biological readiness, a cellular familiarity with the challenges of this particular place, this particular climate, this particular history of stresses. The trees of an old forest are, in ways that young plantations are not, adapted to the specific demands of where they stand. This is one of the reasons that ancient forests, once destroyed, cannot simply be replanted and restored. You can put trees back in the ground, but you cannot restore the accumulated epigenetic experience of centuries. The new trees must begin again, from scratch, accumulating their own cellular memory year by year, drought by drought, season by season. It takes time. It takes generations. It takes exactly the kind of slow, unhurried accumulation that the world of plants has always relied upon. There is a particular kind of tree, the Norway spruce, that has become one of the key subjects of epigenetic research in forests. Norway spruce are widespread across the boreal forests of northern Europe and Siberia, and they live for several hundred years. Researchers have found that Norway spruce seedlings grown from seeds collected in different parts of the trees range show epigenetic differences that correspond to the climatic history of the populations they came from, seedlings from populations that have historically experienced cold, short growing seasons show epigenetic marks associated with cold tolerance. Even when grown in warmer conditions in a laboratory, their cells remember where they come from. The memory is written not in the seeds alone, but in the chemical landscape of the entire seedling that grows from those seeds, shaping its development from the very first division of its first cells. There is also in the research something that touches on a quality we do not usually associate with trees, something that looks from the outside a little like wisdom. Older trees, the trees that have lived through more seasons, more droughts, more storms, respond to environmental stress with greater subtlety and precision than younger trees. Their epigenetic libraries are richer. They have more experience encoded in their cells. They adjust their responses with a nuance that young trees, with their fresh and relatively unmarked DNA, have not yet developed. An old tree is not just bigger than a young tree. It is, in some biological sense, more experienced. It has lived through more, and it has written more of what it has lived through into the chemistry of its cells, its responses to drought, to cold, to the particular quality of the light in a late summer afternoon, are informed by decades of accumulated molecular memory. We tend to look at an old tree and see its size, its girth, the impressive architecture of its branches. But there is another way to look at it, to see beneath the bark a cellular library of a lifetime, a record encoded in chemistry rather than words of every challenge the tree has faced and survived, every hard year, every abundance, every adjustment, large or small, that has gone into the making of a tree that is still here, still growing after all of this time. There is something deeply comforting about this. We carry our own histories in our bodies too, not in the same molecular way. Human epigenetics is a different and far more complex story. But our bodies remember. Our nervous systems are shaped by everything we have experienced. Our cells reflect the history of our lives in ways we are only beginning to understand. We are not so different in this fundamental sense, from the trees, we are also creatures who carry our past with us, encoded in tissue and chemistry, and the countless small adjustments our bodies have made to the world we have lived in. And like the trees, we are also always in the process of writing the next line. But tonight, there is nothing new to write. Tonight is for rest, for the quiet consolidation that happens in sleep, the way the mind and body process the day's experience while we lie still. Just as the tree, in the long stillness of winter, is processing the season that has passed, storing what is needed, releasing what is not, preparing in the deep language of the cell for what will come next. Your own memory, your own cellular history is resting now. Let it rest. Let the long night do its quiet, restorative work. You are held as the forest is held by everything that has come before. And in the morning, as always, there will be a new ring. We are halfway through our long journey tonight, and you are still here, resting, breathing, carried along by the quiet forward movement of these words. Whether you have heard all of them, or only some of them, or whether most of them have dissolved into the soft background of a drifting mind, it does not matter. You are exactly where you need to be. Take a slow breath now and let it go. Tonight, we are going to think about water, not the sea or the rain or any of the grand, dramatic forms that water takes in the world. We are going to think about something smaller and more intimate than that. We are going to think about the quiet, invisible journey that water makes inside a plant, from the dark soil, through the roots, up through the long column of the stem, all the way to the very tip of the highest leaf. We are going to think about how a tree drinks. And when you understand how a tree drinks, truly understand the physics and the elegance of it, you may find yourself looking at trees differently from now on, seeing in them not just wood and bark and leaves, but something more like a continuous, slow miracle happening right in front of you. Here is the problem that a tall plant must solve. Water is in the soil. The leaves are above the soil, sometimes far above it. A coastal redwood tree can grow to a height of over 100 meters. must somehow get from the roots at the bottom to the leaves at the very top. Not sometimes, continuously. Every day in enormous quantities. A single large tree may move hundreds of liters of water through its body on a warm summer day. Gravity works against this entirely. Water does not flow upward on its own. Something must lift it. For a very long time, scientists were puzzled by this. Various theories were proposed and tested. Perhaps the roots push water upward with pressure, the way a pump pushes water through pipes. This is true to a small extent. Roots do generate a modest positive pressure that can push water upward a little way. But it is nowhere near strong enough to lift water to the top of a tall tree. The physics simply do not work. Perhaps capillary action, the same force that draws water up into a narrow tube, is responsible. This is also partly true. Water does wick upward through the narrow tubes of the xylem, drawn by the attraction between water molecules and the walls of the vessels. But again, the physics reach their limits long before water could reach the top of anything as tall as a mature tree. Gravity overpowers capillary action after about 1 meter of height. The real answer, the answer that physicists and plant scientists eventually arrived at after decades of careful experiment, is at once simpler and stranger than either of those explanations. The tree is not pushing water up from the bottom. It is pulling it up from the top. This is called the cohesion tension theory, and it works like this. At the top of the tree, in the leaves, water is constantly evaporating. The sun warms the leaf surface. The stomata, those tiny pores we have visited before, open to let carbon dioxide in for photosynthesis. And as they do, water vapor escapes. Water is lost from the leaf to the air continuously, all through the hours of sunlight. This is called transpiration. Now, as water molecules leave the leaf surface, they leave behind a gap, and water molecules, because of a property called cohesion, the strong attraction they have for one another, pull the water molecules below them upward to fill that gap. Those molecules, in turn, pull the ones below them, and so on, all the way down through the stem and into the root. The entire column of water inside the xylem, the long, continuous thread of water running from the root tip to the highest leaf, is under tension, not pushed from below, but pulled from above. Like a very long, very thin rope, stretched tight from root to leaf, being drawn upward by the evaporation happening far above. The tension in the xylem of a tall tree is extraordinary. It is negative pressure, a suction so powerful that it has been measured at dozens of atmospheres in some species. The xylem vessels themselves, which are made of thick, lignin-reinforced cell walls, must be strong enough to withstand this tension without collapsing inward, and they are. Evolution has spent hundreds of millions of years perfecting these tubes. They are among the most mechanically stressed structures in the living world, and they hold the water column climbing through the xylem is held together by the same force that makes water bead on a leaf, cohesion. Water molecules attract each other. They cling, and in the narrow xylem tubes, where the column of water is only a fraction of a millimeter across, this clinging is enough to hold the column intact against the enormous pull of gravity and the suction of transpiration. It is a column of water under tension, stretching from root to leaf, continuously moving upward. And it does this, the whole vast operation, without a single cell expending any energy to make it happen. No pump, no motor, no muscle. Only the physics of water and the elegance of tubes, so perfectly designed that they have not needed to change significantly in hundreds of millions of years. Now think about what this means for water finding. The roots at the base of this system are the intake end. They reach out into the soil, probing with their millions of fine root hairs, seeking out pockets of moisture with the sensitivity we described in our very first chapter, but beyond the active reaching of roots, there is a passive element too. The suction generated by transpiration above pulls water in through the root surface, drawing it inward along a pressure gradient that runs from the wet soil through the root membrane into the xylem and all the way up through the tree to the drying leaf surface above. A tree in full transpiration on a hot summer day creates a hydraulic pull powerful enough to draw water from soil that a human would consider barely damp. It can access water that is held so tightly between soil particles that it requires considerable force to remove it. The tree generates that force, not muscularly, not actively, simply by letting its leaves breathe on a sunny afternoon. And in dry environments, in deserts and semi-arid grasslands and places where rainfall is scarce and unpredictable, plants have evolved some of the most extraordinary water-finding strategies on Earth. The mesquite tree of the American Southwest sends roots down to depths of over 50 meters, deeper than most buildings are tall, following the faint traces of water through layers of rock and soil that would seem utterly inhospitable. Those roots do not grow randomly. They follow the gradient of moisture, as we described in the Roots chapter, with a sensitivity that allows them to find water sources that no surface observation would reveal. The Welwitschia plant of the Namib Desert, one of the strangest and most ancient plants on Earth, a living fossil with just 2 enormous leaves that grow continuously throughout its life, slowly shredding and curling in the desert wind, collects moisture from coastal fog that rolls in from the Atlantic Ocean, absorbing it through its broad leaf surfaces when the air is too dry to produce any rain at all. Some Welwitschia plants are estimated to be over 1,000 years old. They have been drinking fog for a millennium. The resurrection plant, Selaginella lepidophylla, can lose up to 95% of its water content, curling into a dry, brown ball indistinguishable from dead plant matter, and remain in this state for years. When rain comes, it absorbs water through its surfaces, unfurls, and begins to photosynthesize again within hours. It does not merely tolerate dehydration. It is designed for it. Its entire cellular architecture is built to survive the loss of almost all its water, and then return seamlessly, completely, to full function. The cactus cactus stores water inside its own swollen stem, sealed behind a thick, waxy skin that prevents evaporation. Its root system spreads very wide, but stays close to the surface, maximizing the area of soil it can draw from after the lightest of desert rains. Even a brief shower that barely wets the surface will trigger rapid water uptake by a cactus root system spread across many square meters of shallow soil. Each of these strategies represents millions of years of evolution. A slow, patient negotiation between a living organism and the particular water conditions of the place it calls home. Each plant has, over deep time, arrived at its own solution to the same fundamental problem. Water is essential. Water is not always available. Find it, hold it, use it carefully. There is something meditative about water moving through a plant. If you have ever placed a stick of celery in colored water and watched the color rise, you have seen the xylem at work. Those long, continuous tubes drawing the colored water upward from the base of the stem to the leaves, visible as threads of color climbing through the pale green of the stalk. It moves slowly but steadily. If you leave it long enough, the color reaches the leaves. It reaches the very tips. That quiet, continuous movement upward, always upward, driven by the drying of a leaf in the sun, is happening right now in every plant that is not asleep for winter, in every tree outside your window, in the house plant across the room, if there is one, in every blade of grass and stem of weed pushing up through the cracks, in every pavement of every city in the world where it is not yet winter. Water moving upward, drawn by the physics of a molecule that clings to itself and to everything it touches, moving through tubes so fine you could not see them without a microscope, at speeds so slow they are measured in centimeters per hour, rising, always rising, from the dark, wet earth toward the light. There is a gentleness to this movement that feels appropriate for a night like this one. The water in a tree does not rush. It climbs steadily, drawn by a tension that runs the full length of the tree. A quiet, continuous pull that asks nothing dramatic of any individual molecule. Each one simply follows the one above it, upward, step by step, through the long, dark column of the xylem, and eventually it reaches the leaf. It evaporates. It becomes part of the air, the same air that drifts through the room where you are resting. The water that was in the soil this morning may, by evening, be floating in the atmosphere. It will travel on the wind. It will fall again as rain somewhere else on some other plant, beginning the same quiet journey all over again. Water is always moving, always cycling, always finding its way. And right now, as you lie still in the dark, the water in your own body is also moving through vessels and membranes, in and out of cells, carrying the quiet chemistry of rest through every part of you. You are mostly water, it is often said, and it is true, and that water is never still, even when you are. Let it move quietly tonight. Let every system in you do its gentle, automatic work. You do not need to manage any of it. Your body knows how to do this in the dark. Just as the tree knows how to lift water in the silence of a summer night. Just as the root knows how to follow moisture through the deep earth without any instruction at all. The living world, in its most fundamental processes, does not require our attention to continue. So let yours rest, completely, quietly, now. This section is for you, because right now, wherever you are, it is night. And tonight, while you rest, the night is doing something outside your walls that most people never think to notice. Something quiet and fragrant and unhurried, happening in gardens and hedgerows and wild margins, in window boxes and meadow edges, and the dark corners of parks where nobody walks after sunset. The night flowers are opening. This is perhaps the most fittingly timed chapter of this whole long journey. The one that belongs to exactly this hour, to the darkness you are lying inside, to the particular quality of a night when the world has quieted and the air has cooled, and something in the plant kingdom has been waiting all through the long, bright hours of the day for precisely this moment. Let your eyes stay closed. Let the room be dark around you. me tell you about the flowers that live in the same darkness you are resting in now. There is a plant called the moonflower. It is a tropical vine, a relative of the morning glory, and in most climates it is grown as an annual, planted in spring, climbing quickly through the warm months, reaching heights of 6 meters or more by midsummer. During the day, its flowers are closed, tight, spiraled buds, almost promising nothing, sealed against the sunlight. If you passed it in the afternoon, you might not notice it at all. But wait until evening as the light begins to fade, as the sky moves from gold to rose to the first deep blue of dusk. Something happens to the moonflower. The buds, which have been waiting all day, begin to move. They unfurl slowly, deliberately, opening like a time lapse you might watch in wonder, revealing a flower that is large and white and perfectly circular, like a full moon that has landed softly among the leaves. The petals spread wide. The flower opens to a width of 10 centimeters or more. And as it opens, it releases a fragrance, sweet, heavy, rich, that builds through the night, intensifying as the hours pass, reaching its peak in the depths of the dark. The moonflower does not open in sunlight, because sunlight is not for the moonflower. It opens for the night, for the creatures that move in the dark, for the pollinators that never fly in daylight at all. It opens for the moths, and the moths come. A hawk moth, sometimes called a sphinx moth, is one of nature's most extraordinary flyers. Its wings beat so rapidly that it can hover in place like a hummingbird, suspended in the dark before a flower, while it extends a long, delicate proboscis, a feeding tube deep into the throat of a pale blossom. These moths are specialized nectar feeders, and they navigate the night primarily by scent, following fragrant gradients through the dark with an olfactory sensitivity that is almost inconceivably precise. The night-blooming plants and the hawk moths evolved together. Each shaped the other over millions of years of coevolution. The flowers grew paler to reflect whatever faint light the night offers. Moonlight, starlight, the glow of the sky. They grew more fragrant, attuning their chemistry to the specific molecules that moths can detect. Their nectar tubes grew longer, matching the lengthening proboscises of the moths that fed from them, and the moths, in turn, grew more sensitive, their olfactory systems becoming ever more finely tuned to the specific chemical signatures of their preferred flowers. Their eyes adapted to low light, developing structures that gather photons with extraordinary efficiency. Their patterns of flight changed, hovering rather than landing, moving from flower to flower with a speed and precision that makes them, in some studies, more efficient pollinators than many daytime bees. It is a relationship built entirely in the dark, an elegant mutual dependence shaped by millions of years of quiet nocturnal negotiation. Consider the evening primrose. It is a plant of roadsides and waste ground and dry meadows, not showy, not spectacular, easy to overlook in daylight. Its flowers are yellow and open at dusk, releasing a sweet, faintly lemony scent that intensifies as darkness falls. But here is something extraordinary about the evening primrose. Research published in the last decade has found that when a bee flies nearby, the sound of its wing beats, the particular vibration the bee produces as it moves through the air, causes the flower to respond. Within minutes of detecting bee vibrations, the evening primrose increases the sugar concentration of its nectar. The flower hears the pollinator coming, and it sweetens its offering in response. At night, when bees are not flying, but moths are, the flower's nectar composition is different, calibrated differently for its nocturnal visitors. The flower knows what time it is, as we discussed in an earlier chapter, and it adjusts not only its opening and its scent, but the chemistry of its nectar to match the visitors it expects. There is a plant whose common name is simply night-blooming cereus. It belongs to a cactus family, and it is, for most of the year, entirely unremarkable. A straggly, flat-stemmed thing, not particularly attractive, easy to mistake for something half dead, but once a year, typically on a single night between midsummer and early autumn, it blooms. One flower, sometimes more, but often just one, opens over the course of an evening, reaching full size by midnight. It is enormous and white and intricately structured, with dozens of thin petals surrounding a complex center of stamens and pistils. And it fills the night air around it with a fragrance so powerful and so sweet that it can be detected from a considerable distance. By morning, the flower has closed. It will never open again. That one night is all it asks of itself, all it needs to accomplish what it set out to do. And those who have been lucky enough to witness a night blooming serious opening in full have often described it as one of the most moving things they have ever seen in the plant world. Something about the ceremony of it, the quiet drama, the flower that waits all year for a single night. In tropical forests, bats take on some of the work that moths do in temperate gardens. Certain flowers, the sausage tree, the kapok, the baobab, produce large, pale blooms with copious nectar. Positioned in places that bats can easily access in flight, these flowers open at night, produce their nectar in darkness, and close or wither by dawn. They do not need the bees or the butterflies. They have made their arrangement with a different kind of creature entirely, one that navigates by sound, that reads the world in echoes, that drinks nectar on the wing in the deep tropical dark. Night blooming jasmine, Cestrum nocturnum, is another of the great night bloomers. Its flowers are small and pale green, unremarkable in daylight. But as evening comes, they release one of the most intensely sweet fragrances of any plant in the world. It carries far on the night air, far enough that neighbors sometimes find it overwhelmingly strong. Drifting through open windows, filling rooms with a sweetness that feels almost too rich for the space it enters. In its native Caribbean and South Asian habitats, it is a fixture of evening gardens, prized precisely for this quality. The way it transforms the night air into something fragrant and enveloping. The night phlox, sometimes called midnight candy, goes even further. It produces a scent described as a mixture of vanilla honey and almond, released only after dark, specifically to attract night-flying moths. During the day, the scent is nearly undetectable. You could walk past it and smell nothing, but return at midnight, and the same plant is broadcasting its sweetness across the dark garden. These plants are not passive. They are actively managing their chemistry, switching their fragrance production on and off with the precision of the circadian clock we discussed in the flowers and time chapter. The genes responsible for scent production are regulated by the same light measuring systems that govern so much of plant life. The plant knows when it is night, and it responds to that knowledge by turning up the volume on everything the night requires. There is a concept in garden design called the moon garden, a garden planted specifically to come alive after dark, pale flowers that reflect moonlight, plants chosen for their night fragrance, white roses, white nicotiana, silver-leafed artemisia that catches whatever light falls on it and holds it like pooled water. A moon garden is designed for the hours when most people are not looking at gardens at all. It is a garden made for the dark, and it is also, quietly, a garden made for the creatures that live in the dark, the moths and the bats and the nocturnal beetles and the night-flying bees that are rarely seen and rarely celebrated, but are quietly essential to the functioning of many ecosystems. A moon garden, by existing, creates a feeding ground in the darkness, a resource, a place where the night shift can find what it needs. There is something deeply touching about the idea of a garden that flowers for an audience that never sees it in daylight, a garden of pale petals and heavy scents, tended by human hands, but made for something else entirely, made for a moth following a thread of fragrance through the dark, for a bat dipping briefly toward a white bloom before wheeling away into the sky, for the slow, wordless transaction of pollen and nectar that has been happening in the dark for longer than flowers have had human eyes to admire them. Right now, outside wherever you are, there may be flowers you cannot see, pale blossoms open to the night air, fragrance drifting on a current too faint to feel, the soft, focused movement of a moth from bloom to bloom, its wings almost silent, its passage leaving nothing visible behind it but the transfer of a few grains of pollen. Invisible in the dark, the night is never as empty as it seems. It is full of soft, purposeful things. Things that do not need to be seen to matter. Things that do their essential work in the dark, completely without fuss or drama, and then are gone by morning, leaving behind only the beginning of a seed, the promise of a fruit, the continuation of a lineage that has been moving through the dark night of the world for millions of years. This is the night shift, and it is beautiful. You are part of the night right now too, resting in the dark, doing the quiet, essential work of sleep, the restoration, the consolidation, the deep cellular repair that only happens in darkness, like the moonflower. You are doing something important that requires the absence of light. Like the moth, you are moving through the dark in your own quiet way, following whatever thread carries you toward the deep rest you need. Let the night do its work. Let the flowers open in the dark beyond your walls and drift softly and without effort toward the deepest part of the night, the still, sweet center of it, where everything rests and everything is held, and everything that needs to happen in the dark is quietly, perfectly happening. You are still here, and the night is still gentle around you. Let yourself feel the softness of where you are right now, the warmth of it, the stillness. You are safe. You are resting, and there is nothing outside this quiet space that requires anything from you tonight. We have been spending our time with the softer faces of the plant world, the roots reaching through dark soil, the leaves whispering chemicals on the breeze, the flowers opening in the dark for moths that pass like shadows through the night, and all of it has been, in its way, peaceful, cooperative, full of the kind of quiet generosity that makes the living world feel at its best, like a place of extraordinary beauty. But tonight, we are going to spend a little time with something different. We are going to think about the other side of plants, the side that protects itself. Because plants, for all their stillness, for all the gentle, unhurried quality of their days, under almost continuous threat. Every plant that has ever grown has been something that something else wanted to eat. Leaves are food. Stems are food. Roots are food. Seeds, flowers, bark, sap, all of it to something is a meal. And a plant cannot run. It cannot fight in any way we would recognize. It cannot hide or shout or call for help. What it can do is make itself as difficult, as unpleasant, and as costly to eat as possible. And over 400 million years of being eaten, plants have become extraordinarily good at this. Let us begin with the most visible defenses, the ones you can see and feel. Thorns. The word itself has a certain weight to it. We use it in poetry and in story to signal danger, boundary, something beautiful that comes with cost. And in the plant world, that metaphor is entirely literal. Thorns, along with their close relatives, spines and prickles, are some of the most ancient and widespread defensive structures in the plant kingdom. It is worth pausing to distinguish between these three, because they are different things, even if they feel similar when they find your skin. A thorn is a modified stem, sharply pointed, deeply embedded in the woody tissue of the plant, impossible to remove without breaking it. Hawthorn trees have true thorns. So do honey locusts, whose thorns can grow to lengths of 30 centimeters or more, long, brutal points that would give a determined browser serious cause for hesitation. A spine is a modified leaf, or sometimes a modified stipule, the small leaf-like structure at the base of a leaf stalk. Cactus spines are the most familiar example. They began in the evolutionary history of the cactus as leaves, but over millions of years in hot, dry environments, the leaf transformed. Broad, water-losing leaf surface became narrow, pointed, water-retaining spine. The spine does two things at once. It defends the water-filled stem from animals willing to bite through almost anything to reach the moisture inside. And it shades the stem surface from the relentless desert sun, reducing the heat load and the evaporation that would otherwise occur. A prickle, and here the rose must be mentioned, because the rose's defense is Botanically speaking, a prickle is a surface outgrowth of the outer skin of the stem. Roses do not, strictly speaking, have thorns. They have prickles, but the effect on a careless hand or on the muzzle of a grazing deer is much the same. The prickle catches. It drags. It makes the act of browsing painful enough that many animals, given a choice, will choose to browse elsewhere, and choice is exactly what the plant is counting on. These structures evolved not necessarily to cause serious injury, though they can, but to shift the cost-benefit calculation for a hungry animal. A deer can push through a hawthorn hedge, but it takes effort and discomfort. And if there is easier food elsewhere, the deer will take the easier food. The thorns do not need to be impenetrable. They only need to make the plant slightly less appealing than the plant next to it over evolutionary time. Even a small reduction in grazing pressure can mean the difference between a lineage that survives and one that does not. But physical defense is only the beginning, because hidden beneath the surface of leaves and stems and roots, the plant world has developed an arsenal of chemical defenses so varied and so sophisticated that the study of them has occupied generations of chemists, pharmacologists, and ecologists. These chemicals are sometimes called secondary metabolites, a name that suggests they are secondary in importance, which is entirely misleading. They are secondary only in the sense that they are not directly involved in basic functions like photosynthesis or respiration in terms of ecological importance and in terms of the sheer investment a plant makes in producing them. They are anything but secondary. Tannins are among the most widespread, found in the leaves, bark, and unripe fruit of a vast range of plants. Tannins are bitter, astringent compounds that bind to proteins, including the digestive enzymes in the stomachs of herbivores, and render them useless. An animal eating tannin-rich food gets less nutrition from it. The proteins in the food are bound up and cannot be properly digested. Over time, a diet rich in tannins can lead to malnutrition even in an animal that is eating plenty, the plant is not just tasting bad. It is actively sabotaging the digestion of anything that tries to eat it. And tannin production is not fixed at a constant level when a plant comes under attack. When its leaves are being eaten, tannin production increases rapidly in the damaged areas and then spreads through the plant. The leaves become more bitter, more astringent, harder to digest. As the attack continues, the plant is escalating its defense in real time. Alkaloids are another vast class of plant defenses. Caffeine, morphine, nicotine, quinine, strychnine. These are all alkaloids, all produced by plants as defenses against insects, fungi, and browsing animals. They are nitrogen-containing compounds with potent physiological effects on animal nervous systems. A caterpillar that ingests enough nicotine from a tobacco plant will be paralyzed. An insect that encounters enough caffeine in a seed coating will avoid it. The effects are not incidental. They are precisely targeted at the nervous systems of the most common threats. And here is something remarkable about alkaloids. Many of them have found their way into human medicine and into human culture because their effects on animal nervous systems extend to human nervous systems too. The opium poppy produces morphine as a defense against herbivores. Humans discovered that the same compound in the right dose relieves pain. The cinchona tree produces quinine to deter insects. Humans found that quinine treats malaria. The willow tree produces salicylic acid, a precursor to aspirin, as a defense compound. We have been using it to relieve headaches for thousands of years. Our entire pharmacopoeia, in large part, is built on the chemical arsenal of the plant kingdom. Every defense a plant developed against a beetle, or a caterpillar, or a browsing mammal is, in some cases, also a medicine, a stimulant, a poison, or a cure, depending on the dose and the species doing the consuming. Plants have been making pharmaceuticals for 400 million years. We are, in a very real sense, the beneficiaries of their arms race with the insects. There is one more defensive mechanism worth visiting tonight. One of the most elegant and, in its way, most beautiful. Some plants store their chemical defenses in a disarmed form, keeping the toxic molecule inactive, locked to a sugar molecule, sealed in a separate compartment of the cell, away from the rest of the cell's chemistry. The toxin is present, but harmless. A loaded weapon kept safely until it is needed. When an insect bites into the leaf and breaks the cell wall, two things that were previously separate come into contact. The enzyme in one compartment meets the inactivated toxin in another. The sugar is stripped away, and in an instant, the toxin is activated, released directly at the site of attack, in the tissue where it is most needed. Hydrogen cyanide is produced this way by several plants, including some varieties of clover, some wild cherries, and lima beans in certain regions. The plant keeps cyanide safely stored in an inactive form and releases it only when its cells are broken. It is a chemical trap, sprung at the moment of contact, requiring no energy to maintain and no advance warning to deploy. The attacker bites. The trap springs, and the plant, having lost a few cells, has defended the rest. Now all of this, the thorns, the tannins, the alkaloids, the cyanide, it all sounds rather fierce when listed together. And it is. The plant world is, beneath its beauty, a place of serious, continuous chemical and physical conflict. But here is what softens it for a night like this one. These defenses are not aggression. They are not malice. They are patience. They are the accumulated wisdom of 400 million years of learning how to survive in a world that is always trying to eat you. They are, in their own way, a kind of resilience, quiet, chemical, invisible, but extraordinarily effective. And many of the defenses that plants deploy to protect themselves also feed us, nourish us, heal us. The tannins in a cup of tea, the alkaloids in a morning coffee, the salicylates in a willow bark tea that an ancient healer brewed for someone in pain, the capsaicin in a chili pepper that makes dinner sing. Even the defenses are, in the end, part of what makes the plant world so generous. You can rest with that tonight. The world outside is thorned and defended and chemically armored in ways you will never fully see, and it is also, in the same breath, fragrant and nourishing, and freely given in 1,000 different ways. The rose has prickles, and it also has that scent. Both things are true. Let both things be true as you rest. Let the world be complex and beautiful at the same time. And let yourself slowly sink a little deeper into the quiet, into the part of the night where defenses are not needed, where everything can simply rest, unguarded, soft, and still. You are safe here. You do not need your thorns tonight. Let the darkness around you be soft tonight. Let it be comfortable. The kind of darkness that wraps rather than presses. The kind that feels, after a while, like a room you know well, familiar, warm, unhurried. You have come a long way through this night, more than halfway now, and each chapter has carried you a little further into the quiet, a little deeper into the easy, drifting state that precedes sleep. If you are still listening carefully, that is fine. If the words have become more like music than information, a soft current to float on rather than a series of facts to follow, that is also fine. That is, perhaps, exactly where you are meant to be. Tonight, we are going to visit something that is almost entirely invisible in the dark. We are going to think about color. Specifically, we are going to think about why plants are colored the way they are. Why a rose is red. Why the sky is reflected in a bluebell. Why autumn turns the world to gold and amber, and the deep, burnished red of a dying ember. Why the inside of a ripe mango is the color of a warm afternoon. Why certain flowers are patterns of ultraviolet that no human eye can see. But every bee navigating through a meadow can read as clearly as a signpost. The colors of plants are not decoration. They are not incidental. Every color in the plant world is doing something. Every pigment has a purpose, shaped by millions of years of selection and survival, serving the plant in ways that are practical and precise. And when you know what to to look for, deeply beautiful. Let us begin with green. Green is the color we most associate with plants. The word itself, green, carries the sense of growing things, and the molecule responsible for it, chlorophyll, we have already visited in our chapter on photosynthesis, but it is worth pausing here to notice something that is easy to overlook. Chlorophyll absorbs red light and blue light very efficiently. It uses these wavelengths to power photosynthesis, but green light, the middle of the visible spectrum, chlorophyll, does not absorb particularly well. It reflects it, and that reflected green light is what reaches your eyes when you look at a leaf. In other words, the green of a leaf is the color of the light the leaf does not want. It is the rejected wavelength, sent back into the world because the chlorophyll had no use for it. Every green thing you have ever admired, every meadow, every forest, every garden in summer, is painted in the color of light that the plants gave back. There is something quietly poetic about that. Now, chlorophyll is not the only pigment in a leaf. It is simply the most abundant, so abundant that it masks everything else. Hidden beneath the green, in every leaf that has ever opened to the sun, are the carotenoids, a family of pigments that produce yellows, oranges, and reds. They are there all summer, doing their own quiet work alongside the chlorophyll, helping to capture wavelengths of light that chlorophyll misses, and helping to protect the leaf from the damage that too much light can cause. But in summer, you cannot see them. The green overwhelms them. Then autumn comes. As the days short and the temperature drops, the tree receives the signal. Through the same phytochrome system we discussed in the chapter on flowers and time, that winter is approaching. It begins to withdraw chlorophyll from its leaves, breaking down the green pigment and reclaiming the nitrogen within it, pulling it back into the branch for storage before the leaf falls. The green fades, and as it fades, the carotenoids that were always there, the yellows and golds and pale oranges, are revealed. The autumn colors of a birch or a ginkgo or a beech are not created by autumn. They were hidden inside the leaf all summer, Autumn simply removes the green that was covering them. And then there are the reds and purples of autumn, the blazing maples, the deep crimson of some oaks and sumac, the rich burgundy of the Virginia creeper climbing a stone wall. These are not carotenoids being revealed. These are anthocyanins being made. Anthocyanins are produced in the leaf in autumn as the chlorophyll breaks down. They are expensive to make. The plant invests real energy and resources in producing them at precisely the time it is preparing to shed the leaf entirely. This has puzzled scientists for a long time. Why would a plant spend resources making a pigment in a leaf it is about to drop? Several theories have been proposed. One is that the anthocyanins act as a sunscreen, protecting the leaf during the withdrawal of chlorophyll, shielding the cellular machinery from the damage that excess light can cause, buying the plant more time to reclaim the nutrients it needs before the leaf falls. Another theory is that the red color signals to certain insects, particularly aphids, that this tree is well defended, healthy, and not worth laying eggs in for the winter. The reddest trees on this account are broadcasting their vigor, advertising themselves as poor hosts. Whether either theory is fully correct is still debated, but both point to the same truth. The autumn leaf, even in its dying, is still communicating, still performing, still wearing its color for a reason. The colors of flowers are a different story, and perhaps the most deliberately communicative colors in the plant world. Flowers are not colored for us. This is easy to forget. Standing in a garden and admiring the colors around us. Flowers are colored for their pollinators. Every shade, every pattern, every gradient of color in a petal is a signal aimed at a specific audience. One that the flower spent millions of years getting to know very well. Bees see the world differently from humans. Their vision extends into the ultraviolet wavelengths of light that are completely invisible to us. And many flowers, which appear plain or simply colored to human eyes, are painted in complex ultraviolet patterns that are vivid and clear to a bee's eye. Bullseye patterns, landing guides, nectar directions. all of them invisible to us, all of them brilliant and clear to the bee navigating a meadow on a summer afternoon. The flower is not pretty, or rather, it is not pretty for you. It is a landing pad, a signpost, a map. The beauty we perceive is a side effect of a communication system we were not the intended audience for. Carotenoids, the same family of pigments that gives autumn leaves their gold, are responsible for the yellows and oranges of many flowers: sunflowers, marigolds, daffodils, buttercups. All of them wear carotenoid pigments, absorbing blue-green light and reflecting the warm, long wavelengths of yellow and orange. These colors are particularly visible to bees, which see well in the blue and ultraviolet range, and find yellow flowers easy to locate against a green background. Red flowers, poppies, tulips, many roses, are typically colored by anthocyanins, and red is interesting because bees, despite their ultraviolet vision, do not see red particularly well. To a bee, a red poppy may look more like a dark blob than a bright flower, but to a bird, to a hummingbird, or a sunbird, or a honeyeater, red is brilliant and clear and deeply attractive. Red flowers in many parts of the world are red because they are advertising to birds, not bees, their shape, their lack of landing platform, their tube-like structure. All of it is calibrated for a long beak and a hovering flight, not a fuzzy body and 6 legs. Blue flowers, bluebells, delphiniums, certain irises and salvias use anthocyanins too, but in different acidic conditions within the cell that shift the molecule toward blue rather than red. Blue is rare in the plant world and correspondingly attractive to pollinators. A blue flower stands out in a meadow the way a blue house would stand out in a street of brown and gray ones. It is unusual enough to catch attention, and then there are the whites. White flowers, jasmine, gardenias, white roses, moonflowers, contain no pigment at all in their petals. They are white because their cells are packed with small air pockets that scatter all wavelengths of light equally, the way clouds scatter sunlight. The result is pure white, all colors reflected, absorbed. Many white flowers are, as we discovered in our Night Blooms chapter, associated with nocturnal pollinators. White is the most visible color in low light, in the dim hours of dawn and dusk. A white flower glows against the darkness in a way that no colored flower can match. There is also a color that fruits wear, and that color is doing something quite specific. Unripe fruit is typically green, the same green as the surrounding leaves, camouflaged against the foliage, invisible to the birds and mammals that will eventually disperse its seeds. This is deliberate. The fruit is not ready. The seeds inside are not yet mature. And so the fruit hides, wearing the color of the background, discouraging premature consumption. Then the seeds ripen. The fruit becomes ready to be eaten and dispersed, and the green fades. Carotenoids or anthocyanins flood in. The fruit turns red or orange or yellow or purple. It stands out now. It is visible. It is advertising itself specifically to the animals that will eat it and carry its seeds to somewhere new. The color change of a ripening fruit is a message. It says, "Now, I am ready. Come and find me." It is timed, as so much in the plant world is timed, with extraordinary precision. As you lie here in the dark, the colors of the day are invisible to you. The room around you is whatever shade of dark your eyes can manage, shapes and shadows, outlines barely there, and outside, the garden or the street or the park, or the wild place beyond your walls, is also in darkness. The colors of everything suspended until morning. But they are there, waiting in the pigments, stored in the molecules of every petal and leaf, and fruit and bark. The anthocyanins in the red autumn berries, still holding their color in the dark, the chlorophyll in every leaf, ready to absorb the first light of morning and begin its quiet, ancient work again. The pale petals of the night flowers, reflecting whatever faint light finds them. The color is always there. It simply waits for the light that reveals it. You are like that too, in the dark of this night. Everything you are is present, held, complete. The dark does not diminish you. It simply rests you, and in the morning, when the light returns, you will be as vivid and as present as any flower opening after a long, still night. For now, though, let the colors sleep. Let the pigments rest in their cells. Let the petals hold their shapes in the dark. Let the turning leaves keep their gold hidden for a few more hours. And let yourself rest too, softly, completely, in the beautiful, colorless dark. Let the night carry you a little further now. You are deep into this journey, more than halfway through, and the dark hours are doing their quiet work around you. The world outside is still. Whatever sounds reach you are soft and distant. The ordinary sounds of a night that is simply passing, unhurried, the way all nights pass. Let your body be heavy. Let your mind be loose, and let these words be nothing more than a gentle current, moving underneath you, carrying you forward without any effort on your part at all. We are going to go somewhere wide and open tonight. We are going to think about movement, not the movement of a root pressing through dark soil, not the slow turning of a leaf toward the light. We are going to think about the most dramatic movement a plant ever undertakes, the moment when it releases a part of itself into the world and trusts the world to carry it somewhere new. We are going to think about seeds and how they travel. A plant, as we have said many times through this long night, cannot walk. It cannot swim. It cannot fly. It is rooted, quite literally, in one place for the entirety of its life, and yet the seeds it produces may travel hundreds of kilometers from where they began. They may cross oceans. They may rise into the upper atmosphere and drift for days before landing. They may pass through the body of an animal and be deposited in soil that the parent plant never knew existed. How does a rooted, stationary plant send its children out into the world? The answer is that it does not directly. It makes the children small and light and clever, and then it lets the world do the carrying. The dandelion is perhaps the most familiar example. You have blown on one, almost certainly, held a dandelion clock in your fingers, pursed your lips, and sent the white cloud of seeds floating away on the air Each seed is a tiny, one-seeded fruit attached to a structure called a pappus, a delicate parasol of fine, feathery bristles that opens wide in dry, windy conditions and folds close in damp air. The pappus is not merely decorative. It is a sophisticated aerodynamic structure. Research published in the last decade found that the dandelion pappus creates a particular kind of air vortex as it falls, a ring of circulating air that forms above the pappus and keeps it aloft for far longer than a simple parachute of the same size would manage. The ring vortex is a form of fluid dynamics found elsewhere in nature, in the movement of jellyfish, in the rings produced by a dripping tap. But the dandelion has arrived at it through an entirely different route and made it into a flight system of remarkable efficiency. A single dandelion head may hold up to 200 seeds. On a warm, windy afternoon, all 200 may be airborne within minutes, drifting in different directions, rising on thermals, carried by gusts that take them far beyond any distance the parent plant could have arranged, and the pappus only releases in the right conditions. In damp, still air, it closes, holding the seed close to the stem. In dry, windy air, exactly the conditions best suited for long-distance dispersal. It opens fully. The dandelion is not simply releasing its seeds and hoping for the best. It is waiting for the conditions that will carry them furthest. The maple tree takes a different approach. Maple seeds, called samaras, are paired winged fruits, shaped so that when they fall, they spin. You may know them as helicopters, as keys, as whirligigs, the two-winged seeds that children throw into the air to watch them spiral back down. The wing causes the seed to auto-rotate as it falls, slowing its descent by creating lift in the same way a helicopter rotor creates lift. And a seed that falls slowly travels further horizontally on any horizontal breeze than a seed that falls straight down. The geometry of the maple samara has been studied carefully by aeronautical engineers, and what they have found is that the auto-rotation is remarkably stable. The seed spins at a consistent rate. The precisely calibrated, not randomly shaped, but aerodynamically optimized through millions of years of selection to produce the maximum descent time for the minimum wing area. It is, in the truest sense of the word, engineering. Biological engineering, shaped by survival rather than design intention. But the result is a structure that aeronautical scientists have openly admired. Some plants use water to carry their seeds, and here the coconut is the most spectacular example. A coconut is a seed inside a fruit, inside a husk, a 3-layered structure of extraordinary durability. The outer layer is smooth and leathery. The middle layer is a thick, fibrous mat of coconut coir, spongy, buoyant, and remarkably resistant to seawater. The innermost layer is the hard shell that surrounds the seed itself, protecting the embryo and its food supply, the coconut flesh and milk, from water and damage. A coconut can float in seawater for over a year without losing its viability. It has been tracked crossing entire ocean basins, carried by currents across thousands of kilometers of open sea. Before washing up on a shore it has never encountered, in soil that has never known a coconut palm, and beginning to grow. The coconut palm is now found on tropical shores across the entire circumference of the earth, on islands that have no other land connection, and it got there by floating, by trusting the ocean to be a carrier, by building a seed package so robust and so buoyant that even the longest ocean crossing could not defeat it. Mangrove trees use a strategy even more elegant. Their seeds germinate while still attached to the parent tree, growing into small, spear-shaped seedlings called propagules before they ever leave the branch. When the propagule is ready, it drops into the water below and floats, sometimes for a year or more, drifting on tidal currents until it reaches a muddy shore where it can root. And when it finds that shore, it drives itself into the mud like a dart, its pointed lower end anchoring it immediately, giving it a head start that a dormant seed floating and then germinating could never match. The mangrove does not wait to germinate. It arrives ready Animals carry seeds in several ways, and some of the most intricate seed structures in the world are designed for exactly this purpose. The burr, the spiky, hooked, sticky ball that catches on your clothing when you walk through certain meadows in autumn, is a seed wrapped in a structure designed to hitchhike. The hooks are not random. They are precisely shaped to catch on the finest fibers of fur or fabric, holding just tightly enough to stay through a journey of considerable length, and loosely enough to eventually fall free when the animal brushes against something or grooms itself. The burr is measuring its passage through the world by friction and contact, releasing its cargo at exactly the unpredictable, unplanned moment when circumstances finally shake it loose, which is, from the plant's point of view, ideally somewhere far from where it began. George de Mestral, a Swiss engineer walking in the Alps in 1941, was frustrated to find his clothing covered in burrs after a walk through the meadow. When he examined the hooks under a microscope, he was struck by their elegance and spent the following years attempting to replicate the structure artificially. The result, after considerable effort, was Velcro, one of the most widely used fastening systems in human history. Was directly inspired by a seed's need to catch a ride on a passing animal. Some seeds travel through the bodies of animals entirely, eaten as fruit, passing through the digestive system intact, deposited in droppings far from the parent plant, wrapped in a package of natural fertilizer that gives them a strong start. In tropical rainforests, the relationships between particular tree species and particular animal dispersers can be extraordinarily specific. The tamarin monkey, the hornbill, the tapir, each of these animals is the primary disperser of certain tree species, carrying their seeds to the exact kinds of habitat where those seeds have the best chance of germinating. Where the animal goes, the forest follows. And where the animal is lost, where a disperser disappears from an ecosystem, the tree species it carried may slowly fade from areas it could previously reach. There are also the explosive seeds, plants that have dispensed with wind and water, and animals entirely. simply built up enough mechanical tension in their seed pods to fling their seeds outward when the pod reaches maturity. The squirting cucumber, a plant of the Mediterranean and Middle East, builds up internal pressure in its fruit until, at the right moment, the fruit detaches from its stem and jets backward through the air, squirting its seeds and a stream of liquid several meters from where it grew. The witch hazel's pods dry and twist until the tension becomes irresistible, snapping the pod open and flinging the glossy black seeds up to 10 meters away. The sandbox tree, a tropical species with the evocative scientific name Urocrepitans, produces pumpkin-shaped seed pods that explode with a sound like a gunshot, hurling seeds at speeds of up to 240 kilometers per hour for distances of 40 meters or more, seeds flying through the air faster than a car on a motorway, flung by the slow, patient accumulation of tension in a drying pod. Plants are always moving, even when they look entirely still. There is something wonderful about all of this dispersal, something generous and extravagant and hopeful in the way a plant commits so many of its resources to sending its seeds out into a world it cannot follow them into. It cannot know where they land. It cannot protect them after they leave. It simply gives them what it can: the best wings, the strongest hull, the most effective hooks, the most appealing fruit, and releases them. And the world carries them, sometimes to somewhere near, sometimes to a shore on the other side of an ocean, sometimes to a crack in a pavement in a city that the parent plant would not recognize, sometimes to the perfect patch of soil in the perfect amount of light where a new plant will grow and in time produce its own seeds and send them out in turn. The great, slow spreading of the plant world, the filling of every available space, the colonization of every island, the greening of every shore, has been happening this way since the first land plants appeared. Seed by seed, drift by drift, each small package of potential carried by the wind or the water or a passing creature to somewhere the parent could never go. There is an extraordinary faith in a seed, not faith in any conscious sense, but something in the engineering of it, in the care invested in its dispersal structures, that suggests a profound commitment to what comes next. Let that be with you as you rest tonight. Something new is always finding its way somewhere. Seeds are drifting in the dark right now on winds you cannot feel from where you lie, floating on rivers somewhere distant, resting in the stomach of a bird that will carry them miles before morning. The world is always in slow, patient motion, and you can rest inside that motion tonight. You do not need to go anywhere. You do not need to carry anything forward. Like a seed already delivered to its right place, already landed, already held in good soil, already warm and waiting. You can simply be still and let the growing happen in its own time. Let the night be easy around you now. You have come a long way. 16 chapters into this quiet journey, and the dark hours are doing their patient work. If sleep has found you already, if these words are reaching you only at the very edges of consciousness, like music heard from another room, then everything is exactly as it should be. You have arrived where you were always heading. And if you are still here, still following these words through the dark, then welcome. There is more to carry you forward. Tonight, we are going to visit some of the most extraordinary relationships in the plant world, not the gentle, cooperative relationships we spent time within the wood wide web. The trees feeding each other through fungal networks. The quiet generosity of an old tree sending carbon to its neighbors. We are going to look at something more complicated than that, more morally ambiguous, if we can apply such a word to the plant world. We are going to look at the relationships where the lines between partnership and parasitism are not always clear, where one living thing needs another so completely that it changes it, or consumes it, or wraps around it slowly over years, until the two cannot easily be separated. Let us begin with the strangler fig in the tropical forests of South America, of Southeast Asia, of Africa and Australia. There is a tree that begins its life not in soil, but in the air. A bird or a bat or a monkey has eaten a fig, the small, round, sweet fruit of a fig tree, and the seeds inside have passed through its body intact as the animal moves through the forest canopy, high above the forest floor. It deposits the seeds in its droppings, and those seeds land not on the ground, but in the crevice of a branch, in the moss-covered fork of a tall tree, 40 or 50 meters above the earth. And there, without soil, without ground, the strangler fig germinates. In its early life, it is an epiphyte, a plant that grows on another plant without taking anything from it. It gathers its nutrients from rainwater, from the organic debris that collects in the canopy, from the air itself. Its seedling leaves reach upward toward the sunlight that is abundant up here, far above the shaded forest floor, but at the same time, it sends roots downward. Long, pale aerial roots, reaching from the branch where the seed landed, descending through the canopy air, moving toward the ground far below. These roots grow slowly at first, then faster. They thicken as they grow, and when they reach the soil, when they finally, after months or years of descending, find the earth, something shifts. The fig begins to grow in earnest, with roots in the ground, drawing nutrients from the soil. The fig accelerates. Its canopy spreads. Its roots, now anchored below, continue to thicken around the host tree. They branch and anastomose, growing together, fusing, until the trunk of the host tree is enclosed in a lattice of fig roots, wound around it from base to canopy in a structure that looks, from the outside, almost like a cage. The host tree inside this cage is slowly losing. The fig's canopy spreads above it, taking the light. The fig's roots compete with its roots in the soil below, and the encircling lattice of fig root tightens, year by year, constricting the trunk in ways that may interfere with the movement of water and nutrients through the host's own tissues. Eventually, in most cases, the host tree dies. Its trunk rots within the fig's embrace, and what is left standing is the strangler fig alone, hollow in the center where the host once stood, its roots now forming a self-supporting cylinder of living wood. The last outline of the tree it consumed visible only as the shape of the space inside. It is a life strategy of extraordinary ambition and extraordinary patience. A strangler fig may spend decades completing this process. The host does not die quickly. The relationship, for much of its duration, is gradual, an incremental tightening, almost imperceptible from year to year. But here is something that softens the story. Research has found that during cyclones and tropical storms, the fierce, unpredictable events that can flatten entire sections of rainforest, trees hosting strangler figs are significantly more likely to remain standing than unencased trees. The lattice of fig roots, wrapped tightly around the host, acts as a kind of external skeleton, bracing the host against the wind, spreading the force of the storm across a larger, more complex structure than the single trunk alone could manage. The strangler fig, in the act of slowly killing its host, is also, for a period of years or decades, protecting it, keeping it upright through storms it might not otherwise survive, giving it more time to flower, to fruit, to reproduce before the end. Whether this constitutes a partnership is a question without a clean answer. The fig does not intend to help its host, but the help is real, and in some forests, the legacy trees, the oldest, grandest, most biologically important trees, survive precisely because a strangler fig chose them long ago and has been slowly consuming and simultaneously protecting them ever since. Now let us visit something entirely different, something much gentler to look at and much stranger in its nature. The ghost orchid. If you have ever heard of the ghost orchid, it may be because of its extraordinary rarity and its extraordinary appearance. It is a small orchid found in old-growth forests in parts of Europe and North America, and it has no leaves and no chlorophyll and no green color at all. It is entirely white, or nearly so, a pale, almost translucent thing, growing from the dark forest floor, with no obvious means of feeding itself, no leaves to photosynthesize, tissue of any kind, just a stem and a flower, pale and floating seeming, appearing to hang in the forest dark, with nothing connecting it to the ground. Hence the name, ghost orchid. But it is not a ghost. It is alive, and the way it sustains itself is one of the most intricate and morally complex relationships in the plant world. The ghost orchid cannot photosynthesize. It has surrendered that ability entirely. A loss so dramatic it is almost difficult to imagine for a plant. Instead, it parasitizes fungi. Specifically, it targets certain species of mycorrhizal fungi, the same fungi that form the wood wide web, that carry nutrients between trees. The ghost orchid connects to these fungi and draws carbon from them, taking the sugars that the fungi received from the photosynthesizing trees above. The ghost orchid is not just a parasite on fungi. It is a parasite on the relationship between fungi and trees. It inserts itself into the network, the same generous, interconnected network we celebrated in the second chapter of this journey, and takes without giving anything in return. The fungi receive nothing from the ghost orchid. The trees, unknowingly, are feeding it through intermediaries. The whole arrangement is a kind of elegant theft buried underground, invisible, conducted through the fine threads of a network that was built by and for others, and yet the ghost orchid flowers, and the flower is genuinely beautiful, delicate, strange, hovering above the forest floor in the dimness of old woodland, visited by insects that carry its pollen to the next ghost orchid, if one can be found nearby. It has persisted this way for millennia. In old growth forests, where the fungi are abundant and the mycorrhizal network is rich and well established, the ghost orchid finds enough to survive. It is only when old forests are cleared, when the network is broken, when the ancient fungal threads are severed, that the ghost orchid disappears. Not because it was found and cut down, but because the hidden infrastructure it depended on was gone. The theft became impossible because there was nothing left to steal from. Then there is the Rafflesia, perhaps the most dramatic parasite in the plant world, Rafflesia arnoldii, found in the rainforests of Sumatra and Borneo, produces what is widely considered the largest individual flower on Earth. It can reach nearly 1 meter across, and it weighs up to 11 kilograms. It is a deep crimson color, covered in white spots, with a texture that resembles thick, leathery flesh. And it produces a smell, the smell that gives it its common name, the corpse flower of rotting meat, designed to attract the carrion flies that serve as its pollinators. And apart from that flower, the Rafflesia does not exist. There is no stem, no leaf, no root, no green tissue of any kind. The Rafflesia lives entirely inside the tissue of a tropical vine called Tetrastigma, a member of the grape family. Its body consists entirely of thread-like strands woven through the vine's own cells, invisible and undetectable from outside, like an infection. Months or years may pass with no visible sign of its presence. Then a bud forms on the surface of the vine, a small, cabbage-like structure pushing out through the bark. And over weeks, it swells, and eventually it opens, revealing the enormous flower, which lasts for only a few days before collapsing. One of the largest, most spectacular flowers on Earth. And the plant that produces it has no body, no leaves, no roots, no independent existence whatsoever. It is entirely contained within the body of its host. There are approximately 4,700 species of parasitic flowering plants. About 1.2% of all flowering plant species. They range from the dramatic Rafflesia, dodder, broom rape, to the subtle and hidden. They are found on every continent where flowering plants grow. And collectively, they represent one of the most varied and inventive expressions of survival the plant world has produced. Every one of them has found a way to live in the living world without doing the fundamental work that almost all other plants do, without capturing sunlight and turning it into food. They have outsourced that work entirely, and the solutions they have arrived at are, without exception, extraordinary. The plant world is full of relationships. Some are the gentle, mutual partnerships we admire, the fungi and the trees, the flower and the bee, the night bloom and the moth, and some are more like the strangler and the host, complicated, costly, and yet somehow, in unexpected ways, not entirely without benefit to both. Most relationships in the living world are somewhere in between, not purely cooperative, not purely exploitative, but a complex negotiation shaped by millions of years of pressure, arriving at whatever arrangement allows both parties to continue. This is true in ways both uncomfortable and reassuring of most relationships in the human world too. But tonight, none of that complexity need concern you. Tonight, you are not a strangler fig, or a ghost orchid, or a rafflesia. You are not in any complicated relationship with the night around you. You are simply here, resting in the dark, taking what you need: warmth, quiet, the soft sound of a voice, and giving nothing back, and that is entirely, perfectly acceptable. Rest is not parasitism. Rest is a right. Let yourself take it fully, without negotiation, without remainder. The night is here for you, and you are here for the night. Breathe in slowly and out. We are going somewhere different now, somewhere cool and quiet and lit by a light that is filtered and soft and blue-green. The light of shallow water on a clear day, pressing down through the surface, reaching the seafloor in long, slow columns that move with the swell above. We are going underwater, not deep, not into the cold darkness of the ocean's abyssal plain, where no light reaches and no plant can grow. We are going to the margins, the shallow coastal waters, the rocky edges of continents, the warm, sandy seafloors of sheltered bays, where the water is clear and warm and full of light. We are going to visit the gardens that grow there, because there are gardens under the sea, not metaphorical ones, not the casual labeling of colorful reef life as a garden. There are actual gardens of actual plants, growing in the sea with roots and leaves, and in some cases, flowering plants in the ocean, blooming under the water, in habitats that most people will never see in their lifetimes. Doing work that is absolutely essential to the health of the whole blue world above them. Let us begin with seagrass. Seagrass is one of the most misunderstood organisms in the ocean. It is not seaweed. Seaweed, including kelp, is algae, not a true plant. Seagrass is a genuine flowering plant. Its ancestors grew on land in the way that almost all plants began. And at some point, tens of millions of years ago, it returned to the sea. This is a rare thing in the history of life. Most evolutionary journeys go the other way, from water to land. But the ancestors of seagrass went back. They descended to the coast, into the shallows, and gradually adapted to a life fully submerged. Their leaves became flat and ribbon-like, suited to swaying in currents. Their roots became rhizomes, horizontal underground stems spreading through the seafloor sediment, anchoring the plant and spreading its reach, and their flowers became small and simple, pollinated not by bees or moths, but by water pollen released into the current, drifting until it finds another flower. Seagrass meadows cover an estimated 177,000 square kilometers of the world's seafloors, from the tropics to the Arctic margins, from the Mediterranean to the coasts of Australia. Some of these meadows are small and patchy. Others are enormous. The great seagrass meadows of northern Australia cover areas the size of small countries, visible from space as dark patches against the pale sandy seafloor. And what happens inside a seagrass meadow is, in its own underwater way, as extraordinary as anything that happens in a forest on land. The leaves of seagrass form a dense canopy just above the seafloor, a world of waving green ribbons, shifting in unison with the current, creating a sheltered, complex habitat beneath them. Small fish dart between the stems. Seahorses wrap their tails around individual blades and drift, almost invisible in the swaying green light. Sea turtles and manatees move slowly through the meadow, grazing with the unhurried contentment of cattle on a summer pasture. Dugongs, the large, gentle ancient marine mammals of the Indo-Pacific spend their entire lives in seagrass meadows, eating nothing else, following the meadow's edges with a patience that mirrors the patience of the plant itself. The root systems of seagrass bind the seafloor together. In coastal areas without seagrass, the sediment is loose and mobile, stirred by waves and currents, kept in suspension in the water in seagrass meadows. The roots hold the sediment in place. The leaves calm the water above, and the whole meadow creates a zone of clarity and stability. Cleaner water, firmer ground, a more predictable and productive habitat for everything that lives within it, and seagrass stores carbon, a great deal of carbon. Seagrass meadows, along with mangrove forests and salt marshes, are among the most effective carbon stores in the natural world. Sometimes called blue carbon ecosystems. For the carbon they lock away in the ocean sediments below them. A single hectare of seagrass can store up to 35,000 kilograms of carbon per year, far more per unit area than the tropical rainforests that we rightly celebrate as the lungs of the earth, and unlike carbon stored in the wood of a tree, which is released back to the atmosphere when the tree burns or decays. Carbon stored in the sediment below a seagrass meadow can remain locked away for thousands of years. The slow, patient accumulation of seagrass material, settling to the seafloor over millennia, has built up layers of organic sediment that are essentially permanent on any human timescale. The seagrass meadows of the world are, very literally, vaults of ancient carbon, quiet, underwater, tended by nothing more than the patient growth of a grass that went back to the sea 45 million years ago. Now let us rise from the seafloor and visit the canopy above. Kelp. Kelp is not a plant. It is a large brown alga, and the distinction matters to a biologist. But it grows the way plants grow, rooted to the seafloor, reaching upward toward the light, building a structure of extraordinary complexity and beauty, and in the ecosystems it creates, it functions exactly as a forest functions on land. Giant kelp, Macrocystes pyrifera, is the largest of the kelp species, and one of the fastest growing organisms on Earth. Under ideal conditions, it can grow up to 60 centimeters per day. Not 60 centimeters per year or per month, per day. A single stipe, the kelp equivalent of a trunk, can reach lengths of over 45 meters, rising from a rocky holdfast on the seafloor to the surface, where its broad, gas-filled fronds float in a dense, swaying canopy just below the waterline. A kelp forest, seen from below, is one of the most beautiful sights in the natural world. The stipes rise in columns from the rocky floor, filtering the sunlight into long green-gold shafts that shift and ripple with the swell. The fronds above sway in unison. Fish move between them, rockfish, Garibaldi, she-fed, flashing color in the filtered light. Sea otters rest at the surface, wrapped in kelp fronds to keep from drifting while they sleep, their paws folded on their chests, their faces lifted to the sky. Kelp forests line the coasts of western North America, South America, southern Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and parts of the subarctic. They are found wherever cold, nutrient-rich water is available close to a rocky shore, and wherever they exist, they are among the most productive and diverse marine habitats on Earth. The canopy of a kelp forest, like the canopy of a terrestrial forest, creates distinct zones. The surface canopy is a tangle of floating fronds, lit by full sunlight, home to snails and crabs, and the juvenile stages of many fish. Below it, the understory is dimmer and more sheltered, a middle world of smaller algae and invertebrates, of fish that feed in the safety of the kelp's cover, and at the base, on the rocky floor, is the kelp forest equivalent of the forest floor, crusted with encrusting algae and invertebrates, home to sea urchins and starfish, and the hundreds of species that make their living in the permanent shade. A single kelp forest off the coast of California has been found to support over 1,000 different species. 1,000 species in a habitat created by the presence of a fast-growing alga attached to a rock, and kelp protects the coast. A healthy kelp forest absorbs absorbs the energy of incoming waves, dampening them before they reach the shore. Coastlines behind kelp forests experience less erosion, less wave damage, less of the coastal retreat that threatens communities around the world. The kelp is not simply a habitat. It is infrastructure. Living, breathing, self-repairing infrastructure, grown and maintained by biology rather than engineering, provided free of charge to the coastlines it protects. Both seagrass and kelp are under pressure. Seagrass meadows are disappearing at a rate of about 7% per year globally, lost to coastal development, to the sediment plumes stirred up by dredging and runoff that cloud the water and block the light the plants need. Kelp forests are retreating in many parts of the world as the oceans warm, as the cold, nutrient-rich water they depend on becomes less reliable, as sea urchin populations, normally controlled by predators like sea otters and sunflower sea stars, explode in the absence of those predators and graze the kelp to nothing. But we are not dwelling on loss tonight. Tonight, we are holding the image of these underwater gardens in their fullness. The seagrass meadows swaying in their clear, warm shallows. The kelp forests rising through cold green water toward the surface light. The extraordinary diversity of life they contain, the quiet carbon work they do, the coastal protection they provide, the seahorses and the dugongs and the sea otters wrapped in kelp at the surface, sleeping on the gentle swell. Imagine, if you can, the seagrass meadow at night. The water is dark above. Whatever light there was has gone with the sun. But the meadow continues, the leaves swaying in the same gentle current. The small fish that shelter their settling into their own nocturnal stillness. The seahorses holding their places in the gentle flow. The roots are still working, holding the sediment, drawing nutrients. Carbon is still being fixed slowly in the tissues of leaves that cannot photosynthesize in the dark, but are ready at first light to begin again. The ocean garden does not sleep in any dramatic way. It simply continues at a slower tempo through the dark hours, just as you are continuing breathing slowly, resting, doing the quiet, essential, invisible work of a body at rest. The night is full of gardens. Some of them are in the sea. Some of them are in the dark earth beneath where you lie. Some of them are in the cells of your own body, doing their slow chemical work in the quiet of this hour. You are in a garden right now. You just cannot see it. Rest in it. Let the current move around you, slow and warm and quiet. Let the leaves sway. Let the light, when it comes, find everything ready. You are doing beautifully. The night is well advanced now, and you are still here, resting, breathing, carried gently forward through the hours by the soft current of these words. Whether you have heard all of them or only some of them, whether you have drifted in and out many times, or whether you are still following closely, it does not matter at all. What matters is that you are resting, and rest, as it happens, is exactly the right frame of mind for tonight's chapter. Because tonight we are going to visit the long, quiet history of the healing plants, the story of how human beings across every culture and every continent and every age of recorded history have looked at the plant world and found within it something that helped, something that soothed and reduced pain and brought down fevers and calmed the racing mind and assisted the slow work of recovery. We are going to think about the plants that have always been there in times of illness and difficulty, offering what they had. The relationship between plants and human healing is as old as our species. Older, perhaps. Researchers examining the fossilized dental plaque of Neanderthals, our closest evolutionary relatives who lived alongside our ancestors until around 40,000 years ago, found traces of several plants, including yarrow and chamomile, not plants with obvious nutritional value. Plants with bitter medicinal compounds. Plants that, to this day, are used in herbal preparations for their anti-inflammatory and calming properties. Neanderthals, it appears, were eating medicinal plants. Whether they understood what they were doing in any conceptual sense, we cannot know. But the pattern, bitter, medicinal plants appearing in the diet in ways that do not suggest simple nutrition points towards something. toward a very old, very intuitive relationship between a creature in pain or illness and the plants available to it. 60,000 years ago, before written language, before cities, before agriculture, before almost everything we think of as human civilization, something was already reaching for the yarrow. The first written records of plant medicine come from ancient Mesopotamia, the region of modern Iraq, cradle of some of the earliest urban civilizations. Clay tablets more than 5,000 years old, inscribed in cuneiform, describe herbal recipes calling for the use of over 250 plant species. The Sumerians who wrote these tablets were already organized enough to have libraries. And in those libraries, among the records of laws and trades and astronomy, were instructions for healing with plants. In ancient Egypt, around 1,500 years before the Common Era, a document was compiled that represents one of the most remarkable surviving texts of the ancient world, the Ebers Papyrus, named for the German Egyptologist who acquired it in the 19th century, lists over 850 plant medicines and their applications. It describes the use of aloe for skin conditions, garlic as an antimicrobial, willow bark for pain and fever, castor oil as a laxative, fig, pomegranate, juniper, and dozens of other plants, each carefully noted with its preparation and its intended use. These were not guesses. They were the accumulated clinical experience of generations of healers, observations made over centuries, refined by practice, recorded so that the knowledge would not be lost. In China, at around the same period, the legendary Emperor Shennong, a figure of mythology, but one whose name is attached to one of the world's oldest pharmacopoeias, was credited with personally tasting hundreds of plants to determine their properties, cataloging 365 medicinal plants in a work that formed the foundation of traditional Chinese medicine. That foundation is still in use today, in one form or another, by a significant proportion of the world's population. In India, the ancient Vedic texts contain references to hundreds hundreds of plant medicines, the tradition of Ayurveda, which translates roughly as the science of life, developed an intricate system of plant-based healing that identified specific plants for specific constitutions, specific seasons, specific imbalances: turmeric, ashwagandha, holy basil, neem, plants that modern biochemistry has now studied extensively, finding in them compounds with real, measurable biological activity. These traditions did not develop in ignorance. They developed through observation, through the careful, patient watching of what happened when a plant was given to a person who was suffering, and what happened when it was not. Through the slow accumulation of knowledge across generations, passed from healer to healer, written down and copied and preserved across centuries, it is one of the longest running experiments in human history, and it produced results that modern pharmacology is still catching up with. The willow tree is perhaps the most celebrated example. For over 3,500 years, across cultures that had no contact with each other: Sumerians, Egyptians, ancient Greeks, indigenous North American peoples. The bark of the willow was used to relieve pain and reduce fever. Hippocrates, the ancient Greek physician whose name we still invoke when doctors take their oath, recommended willow bark tea for the pain of childbirth. In the 19th century, chemists began to isolate the active compound salicin, which the body converts to salicylic acid. Later, a modified version of the molecule, acetylsalicylic acid, was synthesized, easier on the stomach than the raw compound from the bark. The product was patented in 1899 under a trade name you will recognize: aspirin, the most widely used pharmaceutical in human history. An estimated 40,000 tons consumed globally each year, prescribed for pain, for fever, for heart disease, for stroke prevention, all of it, every tablet, every dose, tracing its lineage directly back to a willow tree and to thousands of years of human observation that something in that bark worked. The foxglove gave us digoxin, still used to treat heart conditions today. opium poppy gave us morphine and codeine, the foundations of pain management in modern medicine. The rosy periwinkle, a small flowering plant from Madagascar, gave us vinblastine and vincristine, chemotherapy drugs that transformed the treatment of certain childhood cancers and gave children who would previously have died a genuine chance at life. The sweet wormwood plant, Artemisia annua, used in Chinese herbal medicine for over 2,000 years for the treatment of fever, yielded artemisinin, a compound that has saved hundreds of millions of lives as a treatment for malaria, and for which the Chinese biochemist Tu Yaoyu was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2015. The plants were not discovered by science. They were confirmed by it. The knowledge was already there, held in the memory of healers across every culture on earth, preserved in the papyri and the clay tablets and the oral traditions and the monastery herb gardens of 1,000 years of European medicine. Science provided the mechanism, identified the molecules, explained the biochemistry, standardized the dose. But the direction was given by the plants and by the people who had paid careful attention to them across an unbroken chain of human generations. There is something particularly tender about the monastery gardens. During the long centuries of the early medieval period in Europe, after the fall of Rome, before the universities, it was largely the monasteries that preserved both classical learning and the tradition of herbal medicine. Monks copied the ancient herbals. They maintained gardens specifically planted with medicinal herbs, not for beauty, but for use. Lavender, sage, rosemary, lemon balm, valerian, St. John's wort. The herbs that appear in medieval monastic gardens are largely the same herbs that appear in modern herbal shops and health food stores. Hildegard of Bingen, the 12th century Benedictine abbess, scholar, composer, and visionary, wrote a medical treatise called Physica that documented the medicinal properties of 230 plants. She described ginger for stomach complaints, aloe for skin, the use of herbs in combination, the importance of the time of year and the condition of the patient. Many of her recommendations, when tested by modern phytochemists, have been found to have a solid biochemical basis. She was writing in the 1100s with no laboratory, no microscope, no chemistry, only observation and tradition, and a genuinely remarkable intellect. And still, she got it right. The healing garden is one of the oldest human ideas, older than hospitals, older than universities, possibly as old as agriculture itself. Some researchers suggest that the first plants deliberately cultivated were not food plants, but medicine plants, that the first gardens were not gardens of nourishment, but gardens of healing. There is a deep human instinct to surround illness with plants, to bring flowers to the bedside, to make tea from chamomile when the day has been difficult, to reach for lavender when the mind is racing at night. We do these things often without thinking about them, following an impulse that is, it seems, genuinely ancient. Chamomile has been used as a calming herb for at least 2,000 years. Its active compounds, including apignin, which binds to receptors in the brain associated with sleep and relaxation, have been studied in clinical trials that show real, measurable reductions in anxiety and improvements in sleep quality. Lavender, similarly, contains compounds that act on the nervous system in ways that reduce physiological markers of stress, lower heart rate, reduced cortisol, slower breathing. People have been using it for calm for centuries because it turns out it works. The valerian root, used since ancient Greece and Rome for sleep and anxiety, contains compounds that interact with the same receptor systems targeted by modern sedative medications, though more gently and without the dependence that pharmaceutical sedatives can cause. The plants that have been used for calm and sleep and the easing of pain across the longest span of human history are, in many cases, the plants that biochemistry now confirms contain the compounds needed to do exactly those things. This is not coincidence. It is the result of a very long experiment conducted by very many careful observers over a very long time. The plant world has always been paying attention to us, not in any conscious sense, but in the sense that the plants which offered something useful to humans were the plants that humans tended, protected, cultivated, carried with them. The relationship between healing plants and healing humans has been, in its own way, another kind of partnership, another kind of mutual arrangement. The plants ensuring their own propagation, and care by offering something the humans needed. The humans ensuring the plants' survival and spread by valuing them enough to carry them everywhere they went. And tonight, in some small way, that ancient relationship is still present. The chamomile tea that someone drank this evening, the lavender pillow in a room somewhere, the deep, gentle smell of something botanical that a person reached for without quite knowing why, at the end of a long and tiring day. Plants that heal, still here, still working, still offering quietly and without fanfare what they have always offered. Let something of that quiet offering settle into you now. You do not need to take anything. You do not need to do anything. Simply rest here, in the long shadow of a relationship between humans and the healing world that stretches back further than any written word. The plants have always been here, and you, lying still in the dark, are being held by a world that has been practicing care for a very long time. Let the night be soft around you now. You are very deep into this long journey. Only a few chapters remain after this one. A gentle reminder that the night is moving forward, that the dark hours are carrying you toward morning in the way they always have, quietly and without effort, one slow breath at a time. There is nothing to do right now but rest. Let your jaw be loose. Let your hands be open. Let the parts of you that are still holding on, the shoulders, the chest, the place behind the eyes, let them soften one by one, the way a leaf folds in on itself on a cool autumn evening, not dramatically, but gently, finding a smaller, quieter shape. We are going to talk about that, actually. About leaves that fold, about the plants that move when touched. We have talked about touch before in the chapter on thigmomorphogenesis. the slow architectural response of plants to repeated contact, and we have talked about the way roots navigate by feeling their way through dark soil. But those responses are subtle, invisible to the eye, happening in the quiet language of hormones and cell growth over hours or days. Tonight, we are going to visit something different. We are going to visit the plants that move visibly, dramatically, fast enough that you can watch it happen with your own eyes. The plants that respond to touch, not over days, but over seconds, folding their leaves, snapping their jaws, flinging their pollen, reacting to the world around them with a speed and decisiveness that feels, when you witness it, almost animal. These are the sensitive ones, and they are among the most extraordinary things in the plant kingdom. The most famous of them has a name that captures its nature perfectly. Mimosa pudica, the sensitive plant, sometimes called the touch-me-not, sometimes called the humble plant, pudica in Latin, meaning shy or modest. It is a small plant, a low, spreading herb with feathery, compound leaves, each one made up of many pairs of tiny leaflets arranged along a central stem like the teeth of a fine comb. It grows in tropical and subtropical regions, in disturbed soil, along roadsides, and in gardens, unremarkable until you touch it. And then the most remarkable thing happens at the moment of contact. The instant your finger brushes a leaflet, the leaflets fold together, closing along the central stem like pages of a closing book. It takes less than a second. Then the paired leaflets of the next segment fold, and the next. A wave of closing moves along the leaf, leaflet by leaflet, and then the whole leaf droops downward at its stalk, folding in on itself, collapsing to a fraction of its previous size. If you touch the plant more firmly, or shake the whole stem, the response spreads further. Neighboring leaves close to. The whole plant, in a few seconds, becomes a collapsed, folded thing, as though it has retreated from the world, made itself small and inconspicuous and uninteresting to whatever disturbed it. And then, after 10 or 15 minutes of stillness, if nothing else disturbs it, it opens again, Slowly, without fanfare, the leaflets spread, the stalk rises, the plant returns to its full, feathery, open form, ready to close again if it must. The mechanism behind this is elegant and fast. At the base of each leaflet, and at the base of the whole leaf stalk, there is a specialized organ called a pulvinus, a small, cushion-like swelling of cells whose function is movement. The pulvinus is filled with cells called motor cells, which regulate their size by controlling how much water they contain. When the plant is touched, the mechanical stimulus triggers an electrical signal, an action potential, very similar in principle to the nerve impulse that carries a signal through an animal's nervous system. This electrical signal travels rapidly through the plant's tissue, from the point of contact outward, moving from cell to cell. When it reaches the pulvinus, it triggers the rapid efflux of potassium ions from the motor cells. Water follows the potassium out by osmosis. The motor cells on one side of the pulvinus lose their turgor. Their internal pressure collapses, and the leaflet folds closed, the way a cushion deflates when air is let out of it. The whole process, touch, electrical signal, ion movement, water loss, folding, takes less than 1 second. And it uses no muscles, no nervous system, no brain, only the movement of water in and out of cells, guided by the flow of ions through cell membranes. One of the most surprising discoveries about Mimosa pudica came from research conducted in the 2010s by Monica Gagliano. Then, at the University of Western Australia, she found that mimosa could habituate to repeated stimuli, could, in a sense, learn that a particular disturbance was harmless and stop responding to it. She dropped mimosa plants from a small height, not enough to damage them, but enough to trigger their folding response. Over repeated drops, the plants folded less enthusiastically. Eventually, after many repetitions, they stopped folding in response to the drops entirely. Even though they still folded immediately in response to touch, they had distinguished between the two stimuli. They had, in some functional sense, learned the dropping was harmless, while the touch might not be. And when Gagliano tested the plants weeks later, they still remembered, still failed to fold in response to dropping, while remaining fully responsive to touch, learning in the absence of a brain in a plant. The paper was published in a peer-reviewed journal and generated considerable scientific debate. The mechanisms remain incompletely understood, but the results have been replicated and continue to be taken seriously as evidence of something genuinely unusual about plant behavior. Now, let us visit the Venus flytrap. Dionea muscipula is found naturally only in a very small area. The coastal bogs of North and South Carolina in the southeastern United States, a region of waterlogged, nutrient-poor soil where the plant evolved one of the most dramatic feeding strategies in the world. The trap itself consists of 2 lobes, hinged at the midrib, fringed with interlocking teeth along the edges. Each lobe is deep red on its inner surface, a color that attracts insects. And on each inner surface are 3 tiny trigger hairs, a fly drawn by the color, and the sweet scent the trap produces lands inside the open trap. It moves across the inner surface, searching for nectar. Its legs brush a trigger hair, and nothing happens. One touch is not enough, but if the fly touches a second trigger hair, on the same lobe or the other, within approximately 20 seconds of the first touch, something happens that is almost too fast to see. The trap snaps shut in less than 1/10 of a second. The 2 lobes close, the fringing teeth interlocking to form a cage from which the fly cannot escape. The plant has counted. 1 touch, possibly debris, possibly a raindrop, possibly a false alarm, is ignored. 2 touches in rapid succession mean something is moving inside the trap, something alive, and the trap closes. The mechanism involves the same action potential system as mimosa. An electrical signal generated by the first touch, held in a form of short-term cellular memory, waiting if the second signal arrives in time. The combined electrical potential crosses a threshold and triggers a rapid change in cell turgor throughout the trap. The cells on the outer surface of each lobe expand rapidly, bending the lobe inward, snapping it closed with a speed that is genuinely remarkable for an organism without muscles. Once closed, the trap begins to secrete digestive enzymes, a soup of molecules that break down the insect's body over a period of 5 to 12 days, releasing the nitrogen and phosphorus that the nutrient-poor bog soil cannot provide. When digestion is complete, the trap reopens. It can do this only a handful of times before it is exhausted and the leaf dies. But the plant produces new traps throughout the growing season, and the nutrients extracted from each meal feed the production of the next. The Venus flytrap is not the only plant that moves to catch its food. The sundew, a relative found in bogs across many parts of the world, catches insects on sticky droplets at the tips of long, gland-tipped hairs. When an insect touches one hair, the surrounding hairs slowly bend inward over the course of minutes, folding around the struggling insect, pressing more sticky surfaces against it, absorbing its nutrients through the gland cells. The bladderwort, an aquatic plant of ponds and marshes, has the fastest plant movement of all. It produces tiny, sealed bladders with a hinged door, held shut against a slight negative pressure inside. When small aquatic creatures brush the trigger hairs around the door opens. The negative pressure sucks the creature in, and the door shuts again, all within 5 milliseconds. 5 milliseconds. Faster than the blink of a human eye. A plant with a trapdoor, hunting in the water, moving faster than you can see. There is a category of movement in plants that is neither thigmotropism nor carnivory, but something in between the so-called sleep movements or nyctinastic movements. Many plants fold their leaves at night and reopen them in the morning. The wood sorrel closes its shamrock-shaped leaves at dusk and opens them at dawn. Many legumes fold their compound leaves in darkness. Mimosa pudica does this too. Its leaves fold every night, regardless of whether anything touches them, and reopen every morning. The the same pulvinous mechanism that closes the leaves in response to touch is also governed by the circadian clock we discussed in the flowers and time chapter. The plant knows when night has come, and it folds, not because it has been touched, because the day is done. There is something deeply restful about that idea. The sensitive plant, for all its dramatic responsiveness to touch, for all its startle reflex and its learned indifference, and its electrical signals traveling through its tissue, also knows when to rest. It folds its leaves every evening without being asked, without any external disturbance prompting it. It simply recognizes that the day is over, and it becomes still. It is one of the most sensitive things in the plant kingdom, and even it knows how to let go at night. Think about that as you rest now. However reactive you might be, however sensitive to the world, to sound and light, and the small disturbances of daily life, there is a part of you that also knows when to fold, when to become small and still and unreachable for a few hours, when to close against the night and let the darkness be a rest rather than a disturbance. Your body is doing that right now. Your own electrical signals are quietening. Your own thresholds are rising. It takes more in sleep to trigger a response. The world is knocking at the door of your senses, but the door is mostly closed tonight. You are folded like the mimosa in the evening toward the stillness that restores you. And like the mimosa, you will open again. But not yet. Not yet. For now, rest in the folded dark. Let nothing in that does not need to enter, and let the night be exactly what it is, soft and still, and full of the quiet electricity of a living thing, gently at rest. You are almost there. 3 chapters after this one, and then the closing words, and the night will have carried you all the way through. You have traveled such a long, quiet distance from the roots in the dark, through the wood wide web and the whispering leaves, through seeds and memory and color and healing, and now, very gently, we are going to visit one more surprising corner of the plant world, one that connects it in ways that still feel extraordinary even to the scientists who study it, to the living world you know most intimately, your own body. We are going to talk about electricity, not the electricity of storms or wires or the hum of a city at night. We are going to talk about the electricity of living things, the tiny voltages that flow across cell membranes, that carry signals from one part of an organism to another, that allow a living body to respond to its world with speed and precision. We are going to talk about the electricity that runs through plants and the fact that it runs through you too. Every cell in your body, every neuron, every muscle cell, every cell of your heart maintains a voltage across its membrane. The inside of the cell is negatively charged relative to the outside, maintained by the constant work of ion pumps that move charged particles, sodium, potassium, calcium, across the membrane against their natural tendency to equalize. This voltage is the resting membrane potential. It is the electrical state of readiness that every cell maintains, always waiting for the signal that will change it. When a signal arrives, a touch, a pain, a thought, ion channels in the membrane open, charged particles flood across, driven by the voltage difference. The membrane potential shifts rapidly. A wave of electrical change that moves from cell to cell, carrying information from one part of the organism to another. This is an action potential, and it is the fundamental language of the animal nervous system, the mechanism by which you feel your fingers, move your hands, hear these words, and drift toward sleep. Plants have action potentials too. This has been known in principle since the late 19th century. The Indian scientist Jagadish Chandra Bose, a remarkable polymath who worked in physics, biology, and radio technology, spent decades in the early 20th century studying electrical signals in plants. He designed extraordinarily sensitive instruments to measure the tiny voltages in plant tissue, and demonstrated that plants produce electrical responses to stimuli, to touch, to temperature, to chemicals, that bore a striking resemblance to the electrical responses of animal nerves. His work was controversial. His contemporaries were not ready for the idea that plants might have something analogous to a nervous system. The reception of his findings was mixed, sometimes dismissive, sometimes hostile. He died in 1937, having spent much of his career arguing for a continuity between animal and plant life that most biologists of his time found implausible. He was right. Modern plant electrophysiology has confirmed and expanded on almost everything Bose suspected. Plants produce genuine action potentials, self-propagating waves of membrane depolarization that travel through plant tissue, carrying information from one part of the plant to another. The mechanism is slightly different from animal action potentials. In plants, the depolarization phase involves the movement of calcium and chloride ions rather than sodium, and the repolarization involves potassium and hydrogen ion pumps, but the principle of voltage threshold crossed, a wave of electrical change propagating outward, carrying information, is functionally the same. And these signals are meaningful. They encode information about what has happened, and they trigger specific responses in the tissues they reach. When a leaf is wounded by an insect, by a grazing animal, by mechanical damage, an electrical signal is generated at the wound site almost instantly. This signal travels through the plant's vascular tissue, specifically through the phloem, the same tissue that carries sugars produced by photosynthesis at speeds of up to 1 centimeter per second. In a small plant, it reaches the far end of a leaf within seconds. In a larger plant, it may take a few minutes to travel the full length of the stem. But when it arrives, something happens. Defensive genes activate, protease inhibitors, compounds that interfere with the digestive enzymes of the attacking insect begin to be produced. Hormones are released. The whole cascade of chemical defense that we discussed in the chapter on whispering leaves is not triggered only by volatile chemicals drifting through the air. It is also triggered simultaneously by this electrical signal racing through the plant's own tissue. The electrical signal and the chemical signal work together. The electrical wave arrives first, fast but coarse, a general alarm. The chemical signals follow slower but more specific, carrying detailed information about the nature of the threat and triggering the precise responses it requires. Together, they allow the plant to respond to damage with a speed and specificity that would not be possible through chemistry alone. In 2021, a team of researchers made a discovery that added another layer of extraordinary to this story using atomic magnetometers, instruments so sensitive that they were originally developed to detect the faint magnetic fields produced by the human brain. They placed sensors near Venus flytraps, and they detected something astonishing. When the Venus flytrap generated an action potential, when its trap fired in response to a touch on its trigger hairs, the action potential produced a detectable magnetic field, a tiny, fleeting signature in the magnetic world, generated by the movement of ions across the membranes of plant cells. Magnetic fields produced by plants, not metaphorical, not speculative, measured, recorded, confirmed by instruments designed for neuroscience, and applied for the first time to a carnivorous plant in a laboratory. The same basic physics that allows researchers to detect the electrical activity of the human brain, magnetoencephalography, used in hospitals and research centers around the world, can detect the electrical activity of a Venus flytrap. The signals are of different magnitudes, and the biology is profoundly different. But the underlying physics is the same. Ion movements generate magnetic fields in animals and in plants. There is also in plant electrophysiology something called the variation potential. Unlike the action potential, which is a brief, self-propagating wave, the variation potential is a slower, more sustained change in membrane potential that travels through the plant in response to stimuli like burning, crushing, or severe water stress. It travels more slowly than an action potential, and it carries different information, signaling not a sharp, localized stimulus, but a more pervasive, systemic stress that the whole plant needs to know about. And there is the system potential, a third type of electrical signal discovered more recently, which involves the activation of hydrogen ion pumps across large areas of the plant simultaneously, generating a coordinated electrical change that appears to help the plant integrate information across its entire body. The system potential has been detected in response to cold, drought, and light changes. The large-scale environmental conditions that require large-scale coordinated responses from the plant as a whole. Taken together, these three types of electrical signal, action potential, variation potential, system potential, give plants a sophisticated electrical vocabulary. Different signals for different situations, different speeds, different durations, different effects on the tissues they reach. A language of voltage spoken through the membranes of living cells, carrying the information that keeps the plant responsive to its world. Researchers have begun to find in plants proteins that closely resemble the glutamate receptors of animal nervous systems. Glutamate is one of the most important neurotransmitters in the human brain. The main excitatory signal that allows neurons to activate each other in animals. Glutamate receptors are essential for learning, memory, and the basic transmission of information across synapses. In plants, glutamate receptor-like proteins have been found to play a role in long-distance electrical signaling. When a leaf is damaged, glutamate is released from the wound, and this glutamate activates receptors in the surrounding tissue, triggering a calcium wave, a flood of calcium ions moving from cell to cell that propagates the alarm signal through the plant. A plant using glutamate to carry signals. A plant generating calcium waves in response to damage. A plant whose electrical activity can be detected with the same instruments used to study the human brain. We are not suggesting that plants think or feel or experience the world the way we do. The science does not support those claims, and it would be wrong to make them. Plants have no central processing system, no brain, no specialized nervous tissue, What they have is a decentralized, distributed electrical signaling system spread through every cell of their body that allows them to respond to stimuli with a speed and sophistication that is, in its own right, genuinely remarkable, but the continuity is real. The physics is the same. The molecules are related. The action potential, that fundamental unit of biological communication, appears in both the plant kingdom and the animal kingdom, in organisms separated by hundreds of millions of years of evolution, arrived at independently because it works, because it is a good solution to the problem of how a multicellular body should communicate within itself. Life, it seems, has found some answers that it returns to again and again. And as you lie here, drifting in the dark, your own electrical body is doing its quiet work. The action potentials in your auditory cortex are processing these words, or not, letting them drift past at the edge of sleep, where sound becomes texture, and texture becomes silence. The electrical rhythms of your brain are slowing. The fast, busy frequencies of wakefulness, giving way to the long, slow waves of deep rest. Your heart is beating in its own electrical rhythm. The sinoatrial node firing its quiet pulse, sending a wave of voltage across the cardiac muscle, 60 or 70 times each minute, without your attention, without your effort, the same as it has always done. You are an electrical being at rest. And somewhere outside, in the dark and the quiet, the plants are doing their own electrical work, maintaining their resting potentials, monitoring their membranes for any change that requires response, ready in milliseconds to generate a signal and send it racing through their tissue if something disturbs the night. But tonight is quiet. Tonight, nothing is disturbing the green. The electrical world of the plants is at its most peaceful, resting, maintaining. The slow hum of living tissue doing nothing more than being alive. Exactly as you are. Alive, electrical, quiet, at rest. Let the hum be very soft now. Let the voltage be low. Let the signals be gentle and slow, like the long, rolling waves of the sleeping brain, wide and quiet, and carrying urgent. Just the steady, electrical fact of being here, still alive, still breathing, still. 2 more chapters after this one. The night is almost done. Not the dark. The dark will stay a while yet. But this journey, this long, quiet wander through the secret life of plants, is drawing gently toward its close. And for this second to last of our main chapters, I want to do something a little different. I want to bring the plants closer, not to the laboratory or the forest floor or the sea floor or the mountain or the ancient permafrost. I want to bring them all the way to you, to the relationship between plants and the human mind, to what happens reliably and measurably and across every culture and every age of recorded history when a person spends time in the presence of green things, because something happens, something real and documented and deep. And it is one of the quietest, most ordinary, and most important things we know about the living world and our place within it. Let us begin in ancient Persia, around 550 years before the Common Era, in the great cities of the Achaemenid Empire, in Persepolis, in Pasargadae, in the royal courts of Cyrus and Darius. Gardens were being designed with a deliberate and carefully considered intention. They were not merely productive spaces for growing food or medicine. They were spaces designed to produce a particular quality of experience in the person who entered them. These gardens were walled and enclosed. Inside the walls, water was channeled in precise geometries, channels and pools reflecting the sky. The sound of moving water audible from every part of the garden. Fragrant plants were chosen for the pleasure of their scent. Shade trees were positioned for comfort. Fruit trees were planted for sweetness. The whole design was calibrated with extraordinary care to refresh and restore the person who walked within it. The Persian word for this kind of enclosed garden was paradisa. It is the word from which we get paradise. Paradise, the highest concept of human happiness, the most elevated image of peace and rest, began as a Persian garden, not a heavenly abstraction, but a real, designed, carefully maintained space where a person could feel reliably and immediately better than they had felt before entering. The garden as paradise, the garden as the place where something in the human mind or body finds ease. This idea appears independently in almost every culture that has left records of how it organized its relationship with the natural world. In ancient Egypt, gardens were planted around temples and palaces, shaded pools, fragrant lotus, the sound of birds in the overhanging trees. In ancient Greece, the sacred groves of the healing god Asclepius, places where the sick came to rest and be treated, were green, shaded, full of the sounds of water and leaves. In China, classical garden design developed an entire philosophy around the relationship between the human mind and the cultivated natural world. The arrangement of rock and water and plant into compositions that were intended to produce specific states of mind in the person who experienced them. In medieval Europe, as we touched on in the chapter on healing plants, the monastery gardens were explicitly designed as places of contemplation and restoration. The cloister garden, typically a square of lawn or planted beds, enclosed on four sides by the covered walkways of the monastery, was a space where monks could walk in quiet, where the sick could sit in fresh air and among plants, where the mind could rest from whatever demands the day had placed upon it. These were not decorative afterthoughts. They were considered essential infrastructure. A monastery without a garden was considered incomplete, not merely practically, because the garden provided food and medicine, but spiritually and psychologically, the garden was where the human mind and the natural world met, and where something in that meeting produced rest and renewal that could not be produced in any other way. The intuition that has driven human beings to create and tend gardens for thousands of years. In every climate, in every culture, using every available plant, is now being confirmed and examined by modern science. And what the science is finding is that the intuition was right. Spending time in the presence of plants and green spaces measurably reduces levels of cortisol, the body's primary stress hormone, in the bloodstream. Studies in Japan, where the practice of Shinrin-yoku, forest bathing, has been formally studied as a health intervention for several decades, found that people who walked in forest environments for as little as 2 hours showed significant reductions in cortisol, lower blood pressure, lower heart rate, and improved mood compared to people who spent the same amount of time walking in urban environments, 2 hours in a forest. The same duration as a long lunch or a film or a lazy afternoon. And the body responds as though something fundamental has been restored. Other research has found that hospital patients whose rooms look out onto trees or gardens recover more quickly from surgery, require less pain medication, and report higher levels of well-being than patients whose windows face a wall or a car park. The view alone, the simple visual presence of green, living things, changes something in the physiology of a person who is healing. It is not imagination. It is measurable. It is there in the pain medication records, in the discharge dates, in the patient surveys. A garden outside a window heals faster than a wall. Why should this be? What is it about green, living things that the human body and mind find so restorative? Several theories have been proposed. One of the most compelling is the biophilia hypothesis, put forward by the naturalist Edward O. Wilson in the 1980s, which suggests that human beings have a deep, evolved affinity for the natural world, that our nervous systems, shaped over millions of years of living in and depending on natural environments, are fundamentally calibrated to find ease in the presence of the things that characterized those environments. Trees, water, open sky, the sounds of birds, the sight of green. By this account, the calm that descends when you sit in a garden or walk in a wood or simply look out a window at a tree is not sentimental. It is not a culturally learned response or a matter of personal taste. It is a deep physiological homecoming. The nervous system recognizing at a level below conscious thought that it is in the kind of place where, for most of human history, it has been safe. Where food grows, where water can be found, where the complexity of the living world provides the kind of low-level, gentle, non-threatening stimulation that keeps a mind engaged without overwhelming it. The brain at rest in a garden is not an inactive brain. Research on attention has found that natural environments produce what is called involuntary attention, a relaxed, unfocused state of gentle engagement, where the mind notices things without effort, drifts from one small interest to another, follows a bee to a flower, and then a leaf falling, and then the sound of wind in branches, without any single thing demanding effort or urgency. This is very different from the directed attention that modern life requires. The sustained, effortful focus on screens and deadlines and decisions. And it appears to restore the capacity for directed attention in ways that effortful rest alone does not. The garden rests the mind by gently engaging it, not with difficulty, not with urgency, but with the soft, endlessly varied, inherently interesting texture of living things doing their quiet, unhurried business. There is a practice called horticultural therapy, the deliberate use of gardening and plant tending activities as a component of therapeutic care for people experiencing mental health difficulties, physical rehabilitation, or the challenges of aging. It has been practiced in formal healthcare settings for centuries. The earliest recorded use of gardening as therapy in a modern psychiatric hospital dates to the late 18th century in Philadelphia, where Benjamin Rush, one of the founding fathers of American medicine, observed that patients who worked in the hospital gardens showed significant improvements in their condition compared to those who did not. 200 years later, horticultural therapy programs operate in hospitals, prisons, schools, care homes, and community settings around the world. The research base consistently shows reductions in anxiety and depression, improvements in self-esteem and social connection, greater sense of purpose and engagement with daily life, digging in soil, planting a seed, watching something grow that you tended, cutting a flower and bringing it inside. These are acts of great antiquity, as old as agriculture, perhaps older, and they produce, reliably, something that the complicated modern world often fails to produce: a sense of being in the right relationship with the living world. The Japanese practice of Shinrin-yoku, which translates literally as forest bathing, or absorbing the forest atmosphere, formalizes something that people everywhere have always known intuitively. You do not need to do anything in the forest. You do not need to hike or identify plants or exercise. You only need to be there, to walk slowly, to look at the light coming through the leaves, to notice the texture of bark and the sound of water and the smell of the earth after rain. The phytoncides, the volatile organic compounds released by trees, the same family of compounds we discussed in our chapter on whispering leaves, are inhaled during forest bathing, and researchers have found that they increase the activity of natural killer cells in the human immune system. The smell of a pine forest, that clean, resinous, deeply familiar scent, is the smell of the forest's own chemical conversation, and breathing it in makes the human immune system measurably stronger. The forest is looking after you in a very literal sense, simply by being a forest. We began this long night underground, in the dark, among the roots. And now, near the end, we have arrived at the simplest and perhaps most important truth of all: the relationship between human beings and the plant world is not merely ecological, not merely a matter of oxygen and food and the climate systems that plants help regulate. It is something more personal than that, more intimate, more ancient. We feel better in the presence of plants. We have always known this. Every civilization that has ever built a garden has known this, has known that green and growing things do something to the human mind and body that cannot be replicated by any other means. The garden is not a luxury. It is not an indulgence or a decoration. It is, for the human nervous system, something closer to a need, a part of the environment that we were shaped by and for over millions of years, and from which which we have been increasingly separated, and toward which some part of us is always quietly trying to return. Think of a garden you love, or have loved, or have only imagined. A patch of sunlight on a lawn. The smell of something flowering you cannot quite name. The sound of wind in leaves. The particular green of light through a canopy on a summer afternoon. Let that image be with you now in the dark. Let the garden be inside you, even while the night is outside. You carry it with you. Every human being does. The deep familiarity with the living world, the bone-deep recognition of green and growing things, is part of what you are. Let it settle you now, like arriving somewhere you have always known, like coming home. One more chapter after this one, and then the closing words. The night has carried you a long, long way. You have been in the roots and in the canopy, in the ocean garden and the ancient forest, in the laboratory and the monastery garden, and the permafrost of a Siberian riverbank. You have heard about molecules and magic, about patience and electricity, and the extraordinary, quiet generosity of the living world. And now, near the end, we are going to sit with something that might seem, at first, to belong to a different kind of story, something with more drama in it than the chapters that preceded it. We are going to think about fire, but we are going to think about it the way the plants do. Not as destruction, not as ending, but as a part of the cycle. One more event in the long, long story of a living world that has been finding its way through difficulty for 400 million years. A world that has been burning and regrowing and burning again and regrowing again, long before any human being ever held a match, and that, in its own way, is one of the most calming things I know. Fire has been part of the natural world for as long as there have been plants to burn and lightning to ignite them. The fossil record contains evidence of charcoal, the remnant of ancient wildfires dating back over 420 million years. Almost as long as there have been land plants, there have been fires burning through them, and in all that time, the plants have been adapting. Not to avoid fire, fire cannot, for the most part, be avoided, but to survive it, to use it, to time their lives around it, the way other plants time their lives around the seasons, or the tides, or the movements of their pollinators. Some trees grow bark so thick that fire cannot reach their living tissue beneath. The giant sequoia, the largest tree by volume on Earth, growing in the Sierra Nevada of California, has bark that can be up to 60 centimeters thick at the base, 60 centimeters of fibrous, spongy, almost entirely non-flammable material, wrapping the living cambium in a layer of protection that can withstand temperatures that would kill almost any other species outright. A sequoia can stand in a fire, its bark charring and smoking, and survive, emerge from the other side still living, its seeds ready to fall into the newly cleared, ash-enriched soil below. The bark is not just armor, it is a fire suit, grown slowly over centuries, 1 year's growth at a time, calibrated by millions of years of evolution to the exact conditions of the fire-prone forests where the sequoia lives. The cork oak of the Mediterranean does something similar. Its outer bark, the same cork that has stoppered wine bottles for millennia, that is harvested every 9 years from living trees without damaging them, is one of the most fire-resistant natural materials in the world. When fire moves through a cork oak woodland, the bark chars. The tree looks, from the outside, like it should be dead. But beneath the cork, the living tissue is untouched. Within weeks of the fire passing, the cork oak is producing new leaves. Within a season, it is growing as though nothing happened. The bark is expendable. The tree is not. And the tree knows the difference. Other plants have taken a different approach entirely. Rather than resisting the fire, they retreat from it, pulling their most vital tissue underground into the parts of the plant that the fire cannot easily reach. Many grasses, many flowering herbs, many shrubs of fire-prone ecosystems store the bulk of their living material in extensive underground root systems. When the fire passes, when the above-ground parts are consumed in minutes, the underground parts are untouched, insulated by the soil. already beginning to send new growth upward into the cleared, open space where competition for light has, in an instant, been dramatically reduced. A grass that has burned to the ground can resprout within days. The new shoots emerge into a landscape that is open and bright. The competing plants cleared away. The soil enriched by the mineral ash of everything that burned for the first growing season after a fire. A grassland can be extraordinarily productive, lush and dense, and full of the wildflowers that need open light to germinate, that have been waiting in the seed bank for exactly this moment. The fire for these plants is not a disaster. It is an opportunity, a clearing, a reset. And some plants go further than merely tolerating or surviving fire. Some plants require it. The lodgepole pine grows across vast areas of western North America in dense stands that are themselves extraordinarily fire-prone. Their fallen needles accumulating into a deep, dry mat that burns hot and fast, and the lodgepole pine has evolved a cone that is sealed shut with resin. A serotinous cone that remains closed on the branch for years, sometimes for decades, holding its seeds inside against the possibility of something that might seem catastrophic, but is, for the lodgepole, essential. It is waiting for fire. When the fire comes, when the temperature around the sealed cone reaches a sufficient level, the resin melts. The cone opens. The seeds, which have been held in perfect condition inside their sealed container, are released into the air in their thousands. They fall on ash-covered ground, cleared of competing vegetation, its surface disturbed and receptive, its mineral soil exposed, and they germinate in their thousands, in the open light, in the enriched soil, in the absence of the trees that would have shaded them out. A lodgepole pine forest, after a fire, becomes a nursery. Thousands of seedlings covering the burned ground, growing quickly in conditions specifically created by the fire, following a strategy that has persisted through hundreds of thousands of years of burning, and regrowing in the fire-prone mountains of the West. The fire is not the end of the lodgepole forest. The fire is how the lodgepole forest reproduces. In Australia, fire has been a feature of the landscape for millions of years, and the plants of the Australian bush have evolved some of the most sophisticated fire adaptations in the world. The genus Banksia, the extraordinary, otherworldly flowering plants of Australian heathlands, produces woody seed pods called follicles that remain sealed on the plant for years, sometimes decades. They open only in response to fire or the death of the plant. Inside, the seeds are protected by a thick, heat-resistant casing, released into the cleared, burned landscape where they have, for a brief and precious window, access to open light and mineral soil. Many Australian plants also resprout from what are called lignotubers, dense, woody swellings at or below the ground surface, packed with starch reserves and dormant buds, capable of surviving fire and sending up new shoots within weeks of a burn. The mallee eucalypts, the multi-stemmed, low-growing eucalypts of southern Australia, store their lignotubers just below the soil surface. When fire burns the above-ground stems to nothing, the lignotuber remains, and within weeks, sometimes days, a fountain of new green growth erupts from the base, drawing on the stored energy of the lignotuber to fuel its rapid recovery. The same individual lignotuber may sprout and burn and resprout many times over a century. Some researchers believe that certain mallee lignotubers are hundreds of years old. Underground survivors of fires that their above-ground portions could not withstand, persisting in the dark soil through everything, ready to grow again whenever conditions allowed. There is the ash to consider too. The ash left behind after a fire is not merely the remains of what burned. It is, in the ecological sense, an extraordinary gift to the soil, the organic material of the forest, or the grassland, wood and bark and leaves and humus, slowly broken down over decades into a form that plants can use, is compressed by the fire into its mineral essence. Everything that lived in the above-ground vegetation is returned to the soil at once in a soluble, immediately available form. The soil after a fire is not depleted, it is enriched, suddenly, dramatically, with nutrients that were locked away in wood and bark for decades, now available to any root that can reach them. The first plants to grow after a fire are not struggling in poor soil. They are growing in some of the richest, most available soil the landscape can offer, which is part of why the recovery in fire-adapted ecosystems can be so extraordinarily fast. Not years, but weeks. Not decades, but seasons. A burned landscape in the right conditions is a green landscape again by the following spring. And often, in its first or second year of recovery, more productive and more diverse than the landscape that preceded the fire. Fire in these ecosystems is not interruption. It is rhythm. The rhythm can be disrupted, of course. Fires that are too frequent do not give fire-adapted plants enough time to recover between burns. Fires that are too severe, burning hotter than the ecology has adapted to, can destroy lignotubers that would otherwise survive and penetrate deeper into the soil than seeds and root systems are protected against. Climate change is already shifting fire regimes in ways that challenge even the most fire-adapted plant communities. And this is a story that deserves its own careful attention. But not tonight. Tonight, we are holding the longer view, the 400 million year view, the view in which fire is one note in a very long piece of music, dramatic when it sounds, but followed, as it always has been, by silence, and then by something green pushing up through the ash, the lodgepole seedling finding the sun, the mallee eucalypt sending its first pale shoot from the dark earth, the wildflowers that have been sleeping in the seed bank for decades, suddenly awake in the open light of a cleared hillside, blooming in colors that the dense forest above them never allowed to appear. After fire, there is always something new. This is not optimism. It is 400 million years of evidence. And as you rest here now, in the quiet of this night, there may be things in your own life that have felt like fire, times when something ended suddenly, when a landscape that seemed permanent was changed in ways that felt irreversible. When what you had built was cleared, and what remained felt insufficient, the lodgepole holds its seeds through years of waiting for exactly that moment. The mallee holds its life in an underground knot of wood and starch that no fire can reach. The sequoia simply stands in the fire, bark smoking, living tissue untouched, and waits for it to pass. You have your own fire adaptations, your own deep reserves, held in places that difficulty cannot easily reach, your own capacity to send new growth into cleared ground. You have survived every difficult thing you have encountered so far, every one of them. And tonight, in the warmth and the dark and the quiet, you are simply resting. The fire is not here tonight. Tonight is for the recovery, for the slow, green, unhurried work of restoration, for the seedling finding the sun, for the first soft growth from the ashen-riched ground. Let that be what tonight is. Let everything that needs to grow slowly and in its own time. And let yourself rest deeply and completely in the rich soil of this long, quiet night. We have arrived. The last chapter of this long, quiet night. And I want you to know whether you have heard every word or whether most of this journey reached you only at the very edges of sleep, dissolving into soft sound, and then into silence before it could fully form. It does not matter. You have been here. All night you have been here, and the night has been here with you. This final chapter is not about a new fact, or a new discovery, or a corner of the plant world we have not yet visited. It is something quieter than that. It is simply a chance to rest inside everything we have found together, and to let it settle the way a leaf settles to the forest floor at the end of its season. Slowly, without resistance, finding its place in the quiet below, we began tonight in the dark, in the roots. Do you remember that? We went down into the earth, past the dry surface, past the crumbling fragments of old leaves, down into the deep, cool, quiet soil where the roots were moving, pressing forward through the darkness with a patience that makes our lives seem brief, feeling their way toward water, toward minerals, signals of other roots, without eyes, without light, without anything but the ancient chemistry of living tissue doing what it has always done. Those roots are still there. Right now, as this chapter moves gently through the last of the night's quiet hours, the roots beneath this world are still moving, still pressing, still finding their way. They did not stop while we visited the wood wide web, or the whispering leaves, or the flowers opening in the dark for moths we could not see. They simply continued as they always continue. Through everything, the mycorrhizal threads are still carrying their quiet messages between the trees. Carbon is still moving from root to root in the slow, generous flow that has no awareness of itself, no sense of gift-giving, but produces generosity nonetheless, somewhere in a forest. An old tree is still sending something to the seedlings in its shade. A dying tree is releasing its last stores into the network, as it always has, as it always will. The leaves, somewhere in the hemisphere where it is already morning, are already drinking the light. Chlorophyll molecules are already lifting electrons with the energy of arriving photons. Water is being split. Oxygen is being released. The same oxygen that will, in time, find its way into the air you are breathing right now. In this dark room, in this quiet hour, every breath you take is a gift from the leaves. The seeds are still asleep in the cold earth, in the frozen vaults of the Arctic mountain, in the warm silk of a drifting pod, not yet ready to open, waiting, full of potential, not anxious about the waiting, not concerned about the time, simply present in the dark, whole and intact and ready, holding the future in their chemistry with a patience that is so deep it has no name. The ancient trees are still standing, Methuselah on its mountain, 4,800 years old, growing its next fraction of a millimeter as this night continues. Pando in Utah, sending up another slow breath from its 80,000-year-old root system. The seagrass off the coast of Spain, 100,000 years of patience, waving its ribbons in the dim Mediterranean water, sequestering carbon in the sediment below as it has always done. They were here before any of this. They will be here long after. And in between, in this small, bright moment that is human life, we get to know about them. We get to wonder at them. We get to lie in the dark and let their facts drift through us like light through leaves, illuminating things we had not seen before, making the world feel larger and older and more full of quiet intelligence than we had perhaps allowed ourselves to imagine. That is a gift. Not everyone gets to know about the serotinous cone waiting for fire. Not everyone gets to understand what it means that a root tip bends toward water, or that a dying tree sends out its last carbon to the seedlings that will replace it. Not everyone gets to hold the image of a ghost orchid growing from a stolen thread of light, or a strangler fig wrapping its slow embrace around a host it will take decades to outlast. You know these things now. Carry them lightly. You do not need to remember the details, the names of the molecules, the specific numbers, the precise mechanisms. Let all of that dissolve if it wants to. What matters is not the facts themselves, but the quality they leave behind, the sense of a world that is more alive than it looks, more connected than it seems, more patient, more generous, more electrically alive, more full of quiet purpose than any hurried glance at it could ever reveal. The plant world has been here for 400 million years, doing its quiet, extraordinary work. It does not need our attention to continue, but it is richer, perhaps, when it receives it, and you are richer for having paid it here in the long dark of this night. There is a particular quality of stillness that comes at the end of a long journey, not the stillness of boredom or emptiness or the absence of anything interesting, but the stillness of completion, of having arrived somewhere, of being full, not stuffed, not overwhelmed, but quietly full, the way a person feels after a long walk through somewhere beautiful, a tiredness that is also a kind of satisfaction. You may feel that now, or you may feel nothing at all because you are asleep, and these words are reaching the last edges of your consciousness like music heard from very far away. Neither is perfect. Wherever you are in the long gradient between wakefulness and deep sleep, you are in the right place. Your body knows where it needs to be tonight. Your breath knows what pace to keep. The chemistry of sleep is doing its ancient, essential work, consolidating what the day has given, releasing what it does not need, restoring the tissue and the thought and the emotional landscape of a person who has been alive and awake and experiencing a world all through the long hours that preceded this one. Sleep is, in its own way, a kind of dormancy, a seed state, the vital functions continuing, the energy conservation at its most efficient, the whole organism held in readiness for the morning that is already slowly beginning to approach. You are a seed tonight, full of everything you are, protected by the dark, waiting not anxiously, not with effort, for the light that will come as it always comes at exactly the right time. The plants do not worry about whether the sun will rise. They do not rehearse the morning or plan the season or wonder whether spring will keep its promises this year. They simply hold themselves in readiness. They make themselves as whole and intact and capable as they can. And they trust the turning of the world to do the rest. You can do that tonight. You can hold yourself in readiness, warm, breathing, whole, and trust the night to do what nights have always done, to carry you through, to return you in the morning to the light. The roots are still moving in the dark beneath you. The threads of the wood wide web are still carrying their quiet messages through the soil. The night blooming flowers are still open somewhere, their fragrance drifting on the dark air. The moths following the invisible thread of scent toward the pale glow of petals that wait for exactly this hour. The seeds are sleeping. The oldest trees are still standing. And you here in the warmth, in the dark, in the quiet, are part of all of it. A creature of this living world, built from the same elements, breathing the same air, sharing the same planet with roots and fungi and flowers, and the vast, patient, astonishing community of green things that has been growing here since long before you arrived, and will still be growing here long after you have gone. You belong to this. You have always belonged to this. Let that be the last thought that finds you tonight before sleep takes you fully. Not worry, not tomorrow, not anything that needs to be done or decided or resolved. Just this, the roots in the dark, the thread in the earth, the leaf turned toward the morning, the long, slow, extraordinary fact of being alive in a world that is always, in its quiet way, growing. Sleep now. The world will keep. You have made it to the end. Or perhaps, more accurately, the night has carried you here. You did not have to try. You did not have to hold on or keep up or follow every word. The night simply moved forward, as nights always do. And here we are together at the gentle close of this long, quiet journey. If you are still awake, if some part of you is still here, still listening, then welcome. And if you are at the very edges of sleep, hearing these words as something soft and distant and not quite requiring your attention, then that is the most perfect thing of all. We have spent the night together in the world of plants. We have been underground in the roots. We have traveled the wood wide web, following the threads of fungi between trees that have known each other for centuries. We have sat with the whispering leaves and their invisible chemical language, drifting on the air between meadow plants that have never moved and yet have always been in conversation. We have watched photosynthesis happen, electron by patient electron, in the chloroplasts of a single sunlit leaf. We have talked about touch and sound and the way a plant feels the world around it. We have thought about time, the deep time of seeds that sleep for 32,000 years, of trees that were old when the pyramids were new, of a seagrass meadow that has been spreading quietly across the Mediterranean seafloor since long before any human civilization began. We have visited the night flowers and the defenders, the colors and the seeds in flight. We have gone underwater to the seagrass meadows and the kelp forests, and found there a world as complex and as necessary as any forest on land. We have thought about healing and parasites and the extraordinary electrical life that runs through every green thing. We have sat in the garden of the human mind and felt how ancient and how real that relationship is between people and plants, between rest and the presence of living things. And we have ended, as all things end, with fire and regrowth, with the knowledge that even the most dramatic interruption is followed in time by something green pushing up through the ash. These are the facts of the plant world, not all of them. There could never be a night long enough for all of them, but some of them, enough to let you feel, if only in the half-sleeping hours of this quiet night, that the world is fuller than it looks, more alive, more connected, more patient, and more extraordinary than the pace of daily life usually allows us to notice. You can carry that with you, not as information to remember or recite, simply as a quality of knowing, a slight shift in how the world looks when you glance at a tree or a houseplant in a window, or the grass growing in the crack of a pavement. A sense that beneath what is visible, beneath the bark and the leaf and the ordinary green surface of things, there is an entire world of quiet activity, roots pressing through dark soil, electrical signals moving through living tissue, seeds waiting, fungi carrying messages, old trees giving away the last of what they have. The world is always doing this, in the daylight and in the dark, whether you are watching or whether you are asleep. Tonight, you can sleep. The plants do not need your attention to continue. They have been doing this for 400 million years without it, but perhaps in the morning, when the light comes back and the day begins again, you will glance at something green and feel, just for a moment, the depth of it, the age of it, the extraordinary, unremarkable miracle of a living thing going quietly about its ancient work, right alongside you, in the ordinary air of an ordinary day. That is enough. That is more than enough. The roots are in the dark beneath you. The threads of the wood wide web are carrying their silent messages through the soil. The seeds are sleeping. The night flowers are still open somewhere, giving their fragrance to the dark. The old trees are standing, as they have always stood, patient and electrical, and full of memory, in the forests and the mountains and the wild margins margins of the world. And you are here, breathing slowly, warm, held by the night and by the long, extraordinary story of the living world, of which you have always been a part. Sleep now. This is Sleepy Facts with Justin. Thank you for spending the night with the plants.